So we have our first panel, Animals, the Divine, and the Cosmos, from right now until about 11:45. And our first speaker is Marla Schweck from the University of Toronto, and her topic is Howling for Sun Worship, an examination of baboon iconography in ancient Egyptian celestial sky maps. So thank you, Marla. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Is everybody seeing my screen okay before I begin?
Yeah, looks great.
All right, wonderful. All right, so baboon iconography appears in ancient Egyptian decoration programs alongside a vast array of complex and nuanced symbolic vocabularies. These cohesive visual systems invoke layers of meaning within religious frameworks to fulfill ever-transforming cultic and funerary requirements. In particular, practices of astronomical observation can actually be extrapolated from these systems, and one could even argue that these frameworks pivoted around the natural rhythms of the cosmos. For example, in the second millennium, the sun's daily journey across the sky became increasingly central to beliefs concerning the soul's journey into the afterlife, while constellations were tracked by priests in temples to assist in the hourly timing of rituals. So when observable behaviors in animal species occurred in monthly, seasonal, or even annual rhythms, images of these animals often became infused with ideas of temporality, cosmic balance, and universal harmony. We see that an increased frequency of astronomical diagrams shows a rising interest in tracking celestial phenomenon. And while the iconography in these diagrams have been discussed at length, the appearance and legacy of baboon imagery is routinely underrepresented in scholarship. So today, I will explore baboon iconography and explain its standardized appearance in the late second millennium by exploring functionality, divine associations, and common behaviors observed across various Papio species. We will consider how visual representations of baboons eventually became emblematic of ancient Egyptian astronomy to such an extent that it encapsulated timekeeping technology. This pursuit will not only clarify the role Thoth played in his baboon form, but will also tackle a larger source of contention in Egyptology, being, are astronomical diagrams indicative of utilitarian timekeeping practices, or should these displays solely be approached as religious expressions? So let's start with distribution. Given how popular baboon iconography was in ancient Egypt, you may be surprised to learn that no baboon species are native to this region. In reality, species like the Hamadryas and the Nubis baboons only existed in areas surrounding Egypt. And this vacancy in demand was a factor that fueled trading and diplomatic activity in Northeast Africa. To be blunt, baboons enchanted ancient Egyptians because of the commonalities that existed between our species. Baboons superficially resemble people. They sit upright with a symmetric posture. They maintain complex societies and have very expressive facial features. They were the most human-like animal known to the Egyptians. So it is no coincidence that the Egyptian god of wisdom, Thoth, which is a Greek rendition for the original Egyptian name, being Jehuti, took on a zoomorphic form of the baboon to reinforce connotations of curiosity, intellect, and mysterious knowledge, which became connected with neighboring species of baboons. Thoth was also the deity of truth and justice and patron of all intellectual domains such as language, writing, measurement, medicine, cosmology, and astronomy. Consequently, his association with the learned class of scribes pervaded pharaonic culture. Now, since baboons never inhabited the lower Nile Valley, Egyptians had to acquire them from the rest of Africa to repopulate baboon colonies that were maintained in Thoth's cultic centers. With abundant opportunity to observe baboon behavior, the Egyptians also trained and domesticated them, even keeping them as exotic pets in temples and elite settings. In particular, Hermopolis Magna was the cult center of Thoth, and kings like Amenhotep III piously erected colossal baboon statues there. The expansion of this cult clearly manifests 10 kilometers west at Tuna el Gebel, where massive underground galleries were built to house the mummified remains of hundreds of baboons that were collected to appease Thoth. These galleries continue to expand into the Greco-Roman period, and it is during this time that Egypt witnesses dramatic technological, ideological, and empirical advancements in astronomical and cosmographical pursuits. So, what exactly did priests observe from all these temple colonies? Over time, they saw that baboon behavior evoked powerful concepts that spoke to Egyptian values. This includes pious howling at dawn to worship the rising sun, fiercely protective instincts to safeguard mates and familial units, and persistent virility, all of which translated directly into Egyptian artistic and literary traditions, from where they became a motif in their own right. In reference to a baboon statue of Thoth, one not dissimilar to this in many ways, Papyrus Ananasti number 3 records that his phallus is made of carnelian to kind of mimic the flesh color of the baboon phallus in its erect state. Epigraphic analysis shows us that the Egyptian word nefer refers to the penis of a god. So it is interesting that the word for the baboon also at times has the phonetic value of nefer, which is best understood as creative or potent. Now, within funerary context, symbols associated with eroticism was utilized for its life-giving force to promote the soul's rebirth in the afterlife, which again directly ties to the sun's journey across the sky. In his lunar aspect, Thoth is often seen in a squatting position with his hands raised, with a crescent moon and lunar disk atop of his head. The Egyptian equivalent of our man in the moon was actually a great white baboon, because the complex mythology of the moon was completely centered around its dramatic monthly cycle of decline and renewal. Thus, Thoth's connection to counting and calculation is comprehensible, especially because baboon behavior is actually tempered by moon phases in a way. For example, the estrus cycle of a female baboon is completed in a month. And at ovulation, the rump dramatically swells for a few days to signal a period of sexual receptibility. And that is the optimal time in her reproductive cycle to be impregnated, thus returning to the theme of eroticism and birth. And while the connotation between lunar phases and baboon iconography is somewhat ambiguous, solar connotations are explicit. Within the inaccessible cliffsides, wild baboon tropes would sleep at night and gradually awaken at dawn. With the growing light, baboons shift towards the top of the cliff and crowd together and begin in this type of communal session of stretching, chattering, and howling. And this was perceived as divine adoration, a type of jubilation or solar worship, all expressed in the sacred and secret language of Thoth. And in fact, we have evidence that classical writers report that some of the most elite Egyptian priests understood this language. The point is, baboons are depicted with their raised hands in this pose because they were conceptualized as the first creatures to pay proper religious homage to the sun and were honored as a prototype of sun worship for mankind. Now, of course, baboons don't actually do this, but their daily behavior does coincide with sunrise, a moment which was connected to rebirth and mortuary beliefs. So this imagery is abundantly represented in tomb decoration. Egyptian tombs demonstrate that their funerary beliefs are compacted with the sun's journey, which demand for themes of time, which demand for themes related to timekeeping. And this is especially apparent in texts like the Amduat and the Book of Gates, which depict the sun's passage through 12 divisions. And these 12 divisions correspond to the 12 hours of night. As seen in the tomb of Tutankhamun, The baboon motif features prominently in the first hour, which is a liminal space of darkness in which baboons are shown as gatekeepers or as guardians, which draws upon ideas of aggression, which was very much so associated with baboons. In Horopalo's Hieroglyphica, which was written about 6th century CE, he sheds light on the connection between baboon symbolism and timekeeping by explaining that during equinoxes, baboons actually cry out each hour during the day. So now knowing what affiliations baboons had to secret knowledge and celestial rhythms, it makes perfect sense why this class of iconography was absorbed into the templates of astronomical representation. In fact, baboon imagery becomes a standard element of ancient Egyptian water clocks, which become more common as time goes on. This exact template also appears on the ceiling of a tomb belonging to the famous Ramesside kings, which is shown in this slide here. Here, a baboon is shown sitting frontally on a jed pillar, which is a hieroglyph with the ideographic meaning of stability and duration, both of which are essential to accurate timekeeping practices. The baboon and the jed pillar together provide a symbol that offers a sense of balance, structure, and unity to the composition of this, which is of course a 2D composition. While on water clocks, the baboon is kind of the protagonist of the artifact because his placement indicates the placement of the water spout, and he would appear in a 3D form. As the god of the moon, lord of counting and calculation, and also of every other science, the placement of the baboon kind of solidifies the authority of the cosmographical knowledge found in this template. Astronomical diagrams don't just appear on water clocks and tomb ceilings. They also appear on sarcophagi, coffin lids, and also temple ceilings. But they did not always include baboon imagery. In fact, the genre experiences waves of transformation as a result of changing mortuary beliefs, and different families have been identified, which allow us to trace the trajectory of change and stability in the material world. So star tables begin to appear on coffin lids in the second half of the 3rd millennium and look like timetables or spreadsheets aiming to communicate when certain asterisms first appear and disappear over the horizon at different times of the year. These absolutely do not include baboon imagery. The Sennemut family first appears in the 15th century BC, and the composition of this family is divided into 2 halves, one representing the constellations in the northern sky and one representing the constellations of the southern sky. While it also does not include baboon imagery, it does include 12 wheels that has been commonly accepted to represent the 12 months of their 365-day calendar, which, by the way, was the most accurate ancient calendar to date. So with the appearance of the classical sky map, baboons gain habitual inclusion. Various examples are easily recognizable through the new appearance of 3rd register or level added below the northern and southern constellations, which depict the king making offerings to the deities of the month. This is the register where Thoth is found in his baboon form. The length of the hour scales makes it clear that the water clocks were designed to be used during the hours of the night, thus bridging the decoration with functionality and the religious framework. So here I've shown you a picture of a Karnak water clock. It was found in the temple precinct of Karnak. The spout is now missing, but it would have originally been situated below a figure of a baboon sitting on a jed pillar. And this pillar also appears inside the decoration of the Karnak water clock, being, by the way, the earliest known water clock in the world to date. So the same schematic template is also found elsewhere. It is significant to note that Thoth in his baboon form is the only element of the composition that is shown frontally. The reason being is because entities who are depicted in the style with frontality in ancient Egyptian art are intended to assertively, if not aggressively, look directly at the viewer in an effort to use its strength and fierceness as a type of protective device. And if you've ever seen a baboon stare back at you, you would understand how unsettling this feeling could be if you thought you weren't on their good side. So, since all classical sky maps share the same textual elements, structures, and symbolic fabric, we can now look at some other common features. The fact that the 3 earliest surviving examples of this template were located in the religious capital of Egypt, Thebes, in the late 2nd millennium, not only suggests that these 3 compositions were copied from a prior version, as scholars have already suggested, but also indicates that there may have been a synced astronomical culture in which knowledge and its modes of expression had been negotiated, finalized, and canonized to fulfill new religious requirements. But experimentation is always anticipated. On a 7th century water clock, we see that multiple registers have been added to the original 3 registered design to create a unique layout. By including the civil year calendar months with the festivals of lunar year, this water clock reinforces the idea that this new template is especially cyclical or even cylindrical in essence, which complements the physical shape of water clocks as a medium when you think about it. In contrast, one example later from the Ptolemaic period shows that the traditional template had retained its original integrity over approximately 1,000 years. So we can only surmise that as an unchanging feature, baboon imagery was central to the composition and timekeeping devices and practices as a whole. In fact, during the 1st millennium, baboon imagery completely dominates some water clock decorations, which also extends to sundials. The adaptation of this class of iconography not only echoes classical sky map templates, but now encapsulates its antecedents and the symbolic associations connected to this tradition. And in league with this tradition, we still see that water clocks would drain from a hole between the baboon's legs over a measured time. And it has been suggested that these objects were actually temple offerings made to Thoth to honor his role as the overseer of timekeeping. Hor Apollo also records that, quote, in their water clocks, Egyptians carved a seated dog-faced baboon, and they make water flow from his member. And again, this goes hand in hand with this persistent association with virility and the frontal and assertive view to speak out a protective power over the device. And probably this protective quality also extended to the user. So with this emphasis on virility and adoration towards celestial entities, we see these aspects continue into the Greco-Roman period on astronomical diagrams found adorning temple ceilings. At this point, we may return to the question, what does Thoth's inclusion as the god of calculation and wisdom tell us about the overall function of astronomical diagrams? Do these complex templates indicate empirical skywatching practices, or are they religious expressions? The answer is both, and here's why. Egyptians were known to live in harmony with nature, deeply aware of their dependence on cyclical regeneration as perceived in the daily return of the sun and from the life-sustaining inundation of the Nile every year. These events ensured that life could continue in the relatively harsh environment of Northeast Africa. The language of science and empirical observation was expressed in religious terms. The universe was divine, and to study its mechanisms could provide clues to the sacred realm. So, by closely observing the behavior of animals and celestial entities, Egyptians developed a mythical construct to explain the nature of the cosmos and strove to help reinforce these cycles through the collaborative use of image and text. And yes, although classical sky maps do not contain sets of astronomical data as we know them today, they do prove a heritage of observation and demonstrate how symbolic systems could propagate state calendars. So the sophistication of these visual systems will never fail to enchant and baffle me. I do hope that you all enjoyed the synopsis on the symbol of pharaonic culture, rarely discussed in depth. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Marla, so much. This was absolutely fascinating. And please, we welcome questions for Marla. You can turn on your mic, you can unmute yourself, or if you prefer, you can type your questions in the chat.
It might be a little early for everyone.
I know, I was just thinking
about astronomy. It's quite a kind of, astronomy is a kind of very high impact topic to kick off the day with. So I hope I didn't like shock everyone into silence.
No, definitely not.
Definitely not. What is the part of this baboon iconography that you personally find the most interesting?
I love how the Egyptians, you know, they never missed a beat. They found a way. They were lovers of nature and really strove to live in harmony with nature. And baboons, the fact that baboon behavior, like when biologists really study baboons today, are coming to all these conclusions. And then so much of this is supporting things that, you know, Hellenistic writers were like, oh, those Egyptians just, you know, doing their wild things and oh, their silly ways, kind of really undermining the conclusions that Egyptians had come to in the priesthoods. To have biologists really substantiating what the Egyptians were saying all along is something that really fascinates me. And the aspect of I wish I had more time to get into the complexities of astronomical diagrams, because there's so many layers to it, and there's so much there, which is why it's part of my I'm writing my dissertation on astronomical knowledge in this area. So these images are right up my alley. But I think the thing that captured my interest the most was learning that at a certain point, the inclusion of the baboon icon became very standardized. And this correlates with a huge like surge in evidence from a time period where evidence supporting the study of the stars and skies was seen in the end. That knowledge found in the application, the knowledge was applied, and we find that in material culture. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. And actually we have a question from Heather in the chat, and she said, hi Marla, thank you. Do you find there is a change in the iconography between the 15th century BC and 3rd, 4th century BC? And she also says like more specific or consistent. Could be a broad question, but.
Oh yeah, no, there's definitely changes. The baboon, the idea of the baboon featured on its side in sun worship. It's always depicted, in the profile, as with most of Egyptian art. That's probably the most standard and well-known aspect of baboon iconography. And over time, you know, especially with the influx of Greek culture, we do find, we'll just look at the zodiac. The zodiac was introduced to temple decoration when the Ptolemies were ruling Egypt. So with this, you're seeing not necessarily the change of the iconography as its isolated self. They were still being, they still have that like typical like raising hands to the sky type of thing going on. But it was more like the appropriation and its use, and all the other, the world of iconography had changed around it. And therefore it's because its form had changed, because with Egyptian art, you can't just look at one little thing. You have to consider, what's on the wall, what's on the other wall, what's on the other room, what's the architectural layout, and, perhaps even beyond that. So you have to look at everything within its grander context. So with the form changing, it's the function that changes too. And I guess another big change I would find, besides the effects of foreign influence, would be that baboon imagery becomes, it's out of the water clocks, the original water clock design, in which there's all these things there. In later periods, it's just the baboon that's on the water clock. That is the only aspect of decoration that actually continues and proves to be persistent. And I think that that is something that warrants even further investigation, because, you know, I can't think of too many other examples. Actually, I know for a fact that there's no other animal that's represented on Egyptian water clocks. It's just baboons. And I think I explained why.
Thank you. Could you give some information about the influence of the idea and image of Egypt baboon to later Greek artists' creation of apes?
Well, kind of, you have to remember, Greeks always looked at Egyptian culture, you know, they had their nose up to it. They were always held cultural superiority. So I think Greek scholars were always very fascinated with Egyptian priesthoods. There's ample evidence to prove that, you know, whether it was studying medicine or astronomy, Greeks sought in education in Egyptian temples. Even Pythagoras went and spent 22 years learning from Egyptian priesthoods about mathematics. So about the image, influence on the image, idea and image of Egyptian baboons. I think, like all things in Egyptian culture, Greeks are going to have, they like to romanticize Egyptian culture. And it's usually really fun to look at how the Greeks and Romans looked at ancient Egypt, but it's usually not accurate. And there's usually a lot of biases in there. So I would say that I haven't done as much research into it, but from the extent of my research, like, you know, Horapollo being a great example, he's just like, oh, for these Egyptians, they're so strange. They have an Egyptian water clock, and then the water is being exited by the penis of baboon. Like, how strange. So I think they were always looking at baboon imagery, kind of like, they're so curious. Those cute Egyptians, like, forever entertaining us. So it wasn't always in the most positive light. And in extension, I think baboons later to Greeks. Yeah, I think that's all I can say about that one.
Thank you all so much. We're gonna wrap this first paper. And Marla, thank you so much for joining us and for breaking the ice for us this morning. And
thank you.
Hopefully it wasn't too late for you in Toronto. So thank you so much, and please join us for the rest of the event.
Absolutely. I do have a dissertation committee meeting for like an hour or so today, but I'll be hopping right back on afterwards.
Wonderful. Good luck with that. Thank you. All right. Our next presenter is Raphaël Demes. And please, Raphaël, correct me how to pronounce your last name. I apologize. From Université de Lille. The Peacock as a Vehicle of the Soul, Reflections on a Singular Iconography in Rome during Antiquity and Late Antiquity. So thank you, and please go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you bet.
Can everybody see my screen?
Yep.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Warren Fong, the symposium organizers. I'm very pleased to participate in this beautiful scientific event, and I thank all the online listeners. According to Greco-Roman mythology, the peacock is born or reborn from the death of the giant Argos Panoptes, whose eyes would have been printed on the tail of Ares' favorite animal. In antiquity, the peacock is linked to the themes of rebirth, the cyclicality of nature, and immortality. Very early on, it was also seen as a psychopomp or vehicle of the soul. I will present you some reflections on the composition, evolution, and significance of the peacock between the 6th century BC and the 3rd century AD. My talk will be punctuated by images inscribed on different media and in various contexts. The purpose of my talk aims to briefly trace the major steps in the constitution of the meaning of the crestonized peacock between the 3rd and the 4th centuries. I will begin by outlining the major stages in the composition of the peacock symbol during antiquity. Then I will explain how and why it was perceived as a vehicle for the soul. I will conclude my presentation with some reflection on the shift from the psychopomp peacock to a vehicle for the spiritual elevation of the faithful. In some translation of the Book of Kings and Chronicle in the Old Testament, we read that King Solomon brought back to Israel many valuables in his ship from Tarshish: gold, silver, ivory, monkeys, and peacocks. Translated here as peacocks, the Hebrew word tukiyim evokes more broadly a precious material that's easy to exchange, something of value. The point of convergence between the different translations is the idea of an exotic object, a colorful or ostentatious object, which, according to the translator, ranges from cut gems to peacocks. The hypothesis of the introduction of the peacock into the kingdom of Israel by Solomon as early as the 10th century BC can't be verified. Nevertheless, commercial relations may have been existed at that time between the Eastern Mediterranean basin and India, where the peacock originated. A cross-examination with other literary sources indicates that the peacock was certainly imported into Mesopotamia 2 centuries later in the 8th century BC for commercial reasons. So the peacock evoked distant lands. It proves the wealth of its owner in aviaries and gardens. This practice has persisted in Greece in the 5th century BC, especially in Athens, despite the difficulties of peacock farming. The peacock became the attribute of the goddess Hera since the 6th century BC, when it was imported in Greece in the Arraion of Samos. Indeed, the peacock took part in the influence of the century. The site of the Arraion was occupied since the 1st millennium BC by several sanctuaries devoted to cults linked to revival, fertility, and virginity. The pre-Hellenic cults carried out on the island of Samos contributed to compose a particular cult in which Hera is associated to the process of rebirth, to the revival of nature, just like the peacock. Indeed, these elements echo one of the characteristics of the peacock according to Aristotle. According to the author, the peacock loses its tails, feathers in autumn and regains them in spring, which links it to the cyclicality of the seasons. Characterized by the ocellated feathers of its tail, the peacock symbolically dies at the beginning of winter and is reborn in spring. These close links between Hera and the peacock have been tightened by mythology, specifically in the myth of Argus, from which the bird is born, reborn. The oldest figurative testimonies explicitly associating the peacock with Hera are Samian coins dating from the end of the 3rd century BC. The peacock is presented as one of the attributes of the goddess Hera, which appears, for instance, on a tetraball. On the obverse, we see the remains of the lion of Nemea. On the reverse, we see an ox or bull protomy, an ear of wheat evoking fertility and the cycle of the seasons, a peacock seen in profile, and the inscription Samian. When the island became a Roman province, other series of coins were issued. In this series, the peacock is associated with the scepter of Hera, the caduceus of Hermes, or even with prose of Samian Willekes. In the 5th century BC, the peacock symbol also acquired a funerary dimension and an eschatological significance, as shown by several Etruscan funerary wreaths. According to Alessandra Cohen, the peacock appears on at least 7 reefs discovered in burial located in present-day regions of Lazio and Tuscany. On these reefs, laurel or olive leaves joined by the head of Gorgon here are framed by 2 peacocks presented from the front, the tail extended in wheel. The apotropaic motif of the head of Gorgon responds to the palms of triumph and the peacock evoking rebirth, victory over death, or even the vehicle of the soul. The theme will be the subject of my second part. This eschatological dimension of the peacock may also have been brought by its association with Dionysus. Links between Dionysus and the peacock already appears in the description of the Ptolemaic procession of 271 BC during the reign of Ptolemy II Philadelphus. In this passage, from the Demosophist of Athenaeus of Naucratis, the peacock corresponding to the imaginary of India in Hellenistic Alexandria, to the precious and colored material, as well as to Dionysus. The processions, bringing together the representative objects of India and Ethiopia, were preceded by a chariot on which was presented a triumphal figure of Dionysus mounted on an elephant. Beyond this aspect linked to a certain imaginary around India that the bird crystallizes, the peacock and Dionysus are both perceived as victorious figures of death, insensitive to the gradation of time, because associated to the cyclicality of nature. They are interpreted as incarnations of the process of revival and mediators between the earthly and the heavenly world, between life and death, between the human and the divine. Among the sculptured objects explicitly associating the peacock with Dionysus, we can mention a statue of the 3rd century BC discovered in the Serapeum of Saqqara, on which the young Dionysus sits on a half-domesticated peacock. The presence of the peacock in the Etruscan funerary art of the 5th century BC could be explained as a success of the Orphic and Dionysian mystery cults. These particular cults would have influenced the eschatological conceptions on the Italian peninsula. The Latin poet Quintus Ennius belongs to these currents of thought. The author refers to the psychopompic function of the peacock in the prologue of his Annals. This passage was repeated in a polemical text by Lucretius, who is skeptical about the veracity of this episode. It talks about an extraordinary event during which Homer's simulacrum would have appeared to Ennius during a dream to reveal to him the principle of Pythagorean metempsychosis. Homer would have declared to Ennius, "Memini me fieri pavum, I remember that I became a peacock." In other words, Homer's anima would have been received in the body of a peacock before entering the body of Ennius, presented consequently as the quasi-direct spiritual heir of the Greek head. Presented in this text as a vehicle of Homer's immortal soul, the peacock participates in linking heaven and earth, just like Dionysus. The psychopomp role of the peacock was taken up in the sphere of Roman imperial power, as shown by several series of coins commemorating the apotheosis of the empress between the 1st and 3rd centuries. One of the oldest figurative testimonies is an aureus struck in Rome between 91 and 92. On the obverse, the profile of Iulia Augusta echoes the reverse to a peacock during a cartwheel surrounded by the formula Divi Titi Filia, and by extension to the goddess Juno. The peacock strengthens the bonds woven between the earthly sovereign and the queen of the heaven, who will receive her soul. This aspect is even more visible when the peacock is represented as transplanting the soul to the heavens. On a sestertia coined in Rome around 180, the profile of the divine Faustina the Younger echoes her soul a frond on a peacock in flight surrounded by the form consecratio. The arched veil, inflated by the wind, stretched over the empress' head, evokes the celestial vault. The scepter marks a link in the exercise of earthly and celestial power between the empress and the queen of heaven. During the ceremony of apotheosis, the soul of the empress was symbolically transported by a peacock released from the top of the funeral pyre, even if it's difficult to put in place in reality. In the imaginary, the goal was to carry the soul of the deified emperor and the peacock, the soul of the empress, guided to Juno. The commemorative coins have thus participated in fixing in the minds a strong and effective image of the divinization of the empress. As we have seen, the psychopomp function of the peacock gradually asserted itself until it reached the sphere of the Roman imperial power. Only the peacock was deemed worthy of carrying the prestigious soul of Homer or guiding the soul of the empress towards the heavens, although this aspect is to be nuanced, as we shall see in the last part. The peacock is a fairly frequent motif in the frescoes of the Roman catacombs between the 3rd and the 4th centuries. We will focus on some of the most enlightening examples to reflect on the way in which the peacock was inserted into visual discourses with an eschatological dimension for the deceased, whether or not they are coveted in Christianity. Let's start with the decoration of the so-called Cubiculum of the Good Shepherd in the Catacombs of Domicile in Rome at the beginning of the 3rd century. The decoration of the painted vault is divided into 8 semicircular or trapezoidal segments distributed around a central medallion. This medallion is occupied by Christ, the Good Shepherd, or Hermes, guide of soul, and guardian of the threshold. It's around him that several peripheral elements gravitate. The garlands summon the quails, which, as migratory birds, evoke the cyclicality of the season, as well as the peacocks that make the wheel, perch on pedestals. In the splendors of the vault, 4 doves in flight refer to the soul bird in transit to the afterlife. Quails and peacocks that evoke the revival of nature and designate the pastoral figure synonymous with peace and abundance in an idyllic environment. Mediating between the earthly and the celestial world, the peacock participates in the upliftment of the soul. This is a guide to the hereafter in a setting based on the revival, the infinite rotation around the axis, and eternity illustrated by the timeless pastor's immutability. In the last example of my talk, the peacock takes place in a traditional vegetal environment between the Dionysian vine and the Christian tree of life. In this pavement decoration from an oratory in Aquileia, dated to the mid-4th century, the Good Shepherd is surrounded by vine scrolls populated by various birds. Quails, pheasant, and peacock echo the figure of the 4 seasons, crowned with plants in the corner of the composition. Whether it's an idealized portrait of the dominus of the villa, a member of the social elite of the Aquileia, or a pastoral figure close to Hermes or Christ, the central medallion reflects all the ambiguity of an iconography in the process of Christianization. Dionysian vine, fruits of the tree of life, or Eucharistic grapes, the abundance of vegetation depicted refers to the themes of revival of nature, redoubled by the presence of the seasons and the immortality of the soul. Located on the threshold between life and death, the peacock participates in guiding the soul towards the afterlife and in bringing the faithful closer to God. This aspect also appears in the pavement of the apse of the Basilica alla Belligna at the end of the 1st century in Aquileia, which depicts the Eucharistic sacrament. Come closer to the divine through the sacraments is even more noticeable in the evocation of the New Eden, on the golden ring crowning the top of the cupola of the Baptistery San Giovanni in Fonte of Naples at the beginning of the 5th century. Thus, we have seen that the peacock has been synonymous with distant lands, rarity, and preciousness due to its bright colors. It has also been associated with religious context, with deities such as Hera or Dionysus, and has embodied the theme of revival linked to the cyclicity of the season. Mediator between earthly and celestial world, as well as between human and divine, the peacock joined the Etruscan funerary iconography to the point of embodying a psychopomp in Latin literature and its imperial sphere. The peacock was deemed worthy of hosting the soul of Homer and transplanting the soul of the divinized empress. In the Roman catacombs, it became close to Hermes, the guide of soul, and then to Christ, the God shepherd, and gradually imposed itself as a tool for bringing the faithful closer to God. He relays the scope of the sacraments of baptism and communion to emphasize the function of the church, privileged mediator between God and man. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Raphael, so much. This is absolutely fascinating. I had no idea about this amazing history of peacocks and the span that the importance of the bird is just absolutely incredible. And I love the coins that you include because obviously that's something that speaks to me professionally. So thank you so much. Any questions for Raphael?
More
yes,
of a comment. Well, as you said, the coin, so that drew me immediately. Well, I mean, the peacock is seen as early as Livia, even during her lifetime on provincial coins. So, you know, that's of course related to, you know, Livia as Juno as Hera. And so in AD 22, 23, you already see the peacock related to Roman empresses, which is fascinating. So even before the peacock becomes more of a symbol for like the Divi empresses. So yeah, I mean, there are so many more coins to add to this PowerPoint as well, which I'm sure you have, you will do in a longer paper or article. So yeah. And of course, the relation to like the eagle, which is used for the emperors, and then the peacock for empresses. So that's it.
I never thought of it that way. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Anybody else?
I was fascinated by Raphael, by your reference to the peacock as an apotropaic animal, and I suppose part of that must have to do with the eyes that are, you know, perceived to be part of the male peacock's tail. But I wonder if the sound it makes is part of that as well, because it's always astonishing to hear a peacock make its cry, because for such a beautiful bird, it makes such a almost horrific screeching sound. So I don't know if you have any thoughts on that. It's just sort of something that occurred to me is, you know, how much does the voice of the peacock kind of play into its potential its apotropaic role?
Thank you. We have text we explain the cry is it's so difficult to live with the peacock. We have some texts in the 5th century that films. So farming peacocks is difficult.
I know that I think in India and such, they're kept as guard animals for that reason too, because I mean, you can hear them from anywhere, right? And I guess they're a bit territorial. So it's interesting to see that, yeah, that the response to their sound has been off-putting for a while. So thank you.
Any other questions, please? You can type them in the chat or you can unmute yourself. Is there a connection with Isis and the peacock as well?
I don't think so. But I don't think so.
Anything else? I have a question. In later Renaissance, especially like Italian Renaissance art, we see peacocks included in those nativity scenes and other scenes that we have. I'm thinking like Botticelli's, the Medici one. So do you have, how does that iconography of peacocks develop later on in Christianity? If you know.
Since the 11th century, the peacock became negative. Became a symbol of fierté, of orgueil. It became more negative. It became negative. So in the Italian Renaissance, the symbol is like comment dire, a negative symbol, en fait. Despite of the Christian symbol of the 3rd and 4th century, for instance.
Yeah, it's definitely something to think about. Any last questions? Well, Raphaël, thank you so much. This was really enlightening. We really, really appreciate your participation. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, our next presenter is Victoria Dorey from the Institute of Classical Studies in London. And her paper is on the tauroctony on an Augustan Armenia Capta coin type of around 19 to 18 BC. So Victoria, thank you so much for joining us. It's really lovely to finally meet face to face.
Yes.
And please go ahead.
Can everyone see my screen? Or
yes.
Okay. So thank you very much for this wonderful symposium about animals. I mean, what can be better than coins and animals and art in general, but coins mainly. So I'm building on this theme that we've been talking about, cyclical nature and so forth. So I will start now. I'm trying to see how I can. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Does everyone see the coin on the? Okay. So tauroctony on an Augustan Armenia Capta coin type of circa 19 to 18 BC. Introduction. Some Augustan Ari minted at Pergamum in 19 to 18 BC depict a scene of a tauroctony with the legend Armenia Capta on the reverse, figure 1. The obverse portrays the bare head of Augustus with the legend Augustus, while the reverse depicts victory cutting the throat of a recumbent bull with the legend Armenia Capta. The choice of this image of victory slaying a bull in connection to Armenia is an extremely interesting phenomenon. However, this coin type has received little attention in scholarship despite its significance. The reverse iconography and legend on any given capta or recapta coin type refers to more than just the conquered Roman territory which it characterizes. For example, the famed Octavianic Aegyptocapta reverse type minted at Rome in 28 BC, which depicts a crocodile, this is figure 2, is not a generic symbol of Egypt, but recalls an important event that occurred at the foundation of the Ptolemaic dynasty. That is when Ptolemy I Soter was given Egypt in 323 BC And Perdiccas invaded Egypt, and his army was devoured by crocodiles. So Ptolemy retained Egypt and founded the Ptolemaic dynasty. So here then, Octavian associates his victory over Antony at Actium with Ptolemy's victory over Perdiccas, styling himself in the Hellenistic monarchic tradition. This numismatic composition of victory slaying a bull on these Armenia Capta Arii, as identified with the Taroctinus Mithras, has only been scarcely acknowledged and only in passing, such as H.A. Gruber in his British Museum Coins of the Roman Republic, Volume 2, and Attilio Mastrocinque in his 2017 The Mysteries of Mithras, a different account. Mastrocinque even proposes that the Roman mysteries of Mithras were founded during the reigns of Augustus and Tiberius. But while the principal tenets of Roman Mithraism were of course not Augustan and Tiberian, they were certainly influenced by Augustan and Tiberian ideology. I believe much more can be said about the particular function of the Taroctinus Mithras on these Armenia Capta Arii. It was essential for Rome to maintain control of Armenia as a buffer state between herself and Parthia. She appointed her own candidates on the Armenian throne, and Augustus succeeded in having Tigranes III installed by Tiberius in 20 BC. Mithras, the Iranian god of oaths, cyclical regeneration, and whose autumn festival, the Mitrakana, celebrates to this day as the Merigan, the harvest and restart of the year, became popular amongst Hellenistic monarchs as a solar victorious deity who presides over royal investitures and grants the perpetuity of the natural cycle of life. The age-old Near Eastern symbol for daily, seasonal, annual rebirth and renewal is the lion and bull combat motif, which is synonymous to the star, she equals the sun, and crescent, she equals the moon pairing. So that is, the lion represents the sun, and the bull represents the moon, and the lion's triumph over the bull, so the sun over the moon, results in the dying bull's fertilization of the earth. So the beginning of a new day, season, year. The lion and bull and or star and crescent emblem for guaranteed fecundity and dynasty were particularly prevalent in the Achaemenid royal ideology. Given these similar meanings between the lion, bull, star and crescent pairs and the role of Mithras, it is hardly surprising that these motifs became associated with Mithras. The Pontic kings bore the name Mithridates, meaning given by Mithras, and employed a star and crescent dynastic badge on their coins to signify Mithras's eternal nature. Antiochus I of Commagene, so he ruled in 70 to 31 BC, claimed descent from the Armenian Orontes and predominantly advertised Mithras, legitimizing his kingship. During his reign, a tradition emerged wherein Mithras became identified with the sun in Leo, so the lion, who conquers the moon, the bull. One of the landmarks at Nemrun Dag is the lion horoscope, which depicts a lion with three larger stars above it and a star cradled in a crescent moon covering its chest. This lion and the crescent are the sun, Mithras, and the moon, the bull. The three planets above the lion represent the conjunction of Mars, Mercury, and Jupiter with Regulus, which occurred on July 7th, 62 BC, corresponding to the date of Antiochus I's coronation by Pompey the Great, after he recognized the kingdom of Commagene in 64 BC. So thus I argue, these Augustan Armenia Capta Arii then reference the coronation of the Armenian Tigranes III in 20 BC by symbolizing Mithras, the divine guarantor of ever-prosperous kingship. They appropriate Antiochus's lion horoscope, wherein victory kills the bull. So like the lion conquering the crescent and a lion horoscope for the purpose of ensuring Rome's continued safeguarding of Armenia. So the lion and bull combat motif. Unfortunately, more often than not, the image of a combat between a lion and a bull is traditionally viewed in extremely simplistic terms. That is, a representation of the military aggression and victory of the lion over the bull. However, the confrontation of the lion and the bull is much more nuanced and should be linked to the cosmic powers of the sun and moon, respectively. The lion, being granted solar imperative, is a masculine force, while the bull, being granted lunar imperative, is a feminine force. Despite the fact that the gender of the bull is male, the bull symbolizes the fecund earth, and it was believed that the blood of the bull from the lion's attack fertilized the soil, bringing forth all sorts of herbs, plants, fruits, and weeds. The lion and bull then were complementary forces essential to the natural order of the daily and seasonal cycles of life. As the sun, the lion is the day and the season of summer, and so the constellation of Leo. And as the moon, the bull is the night and the season of spring, and so the constellation of Taurus. The invariable entanglement of the lion and bull guarantee the cyclical revival of life. So the lion and bull star crescent pairing in Near Eastern art. The lion and bull combat is one of the oldest artistic motifs dating back to the Uruk period in Mesopotamia during the 4th millennium BC. Two such early examples are a limestone cult vessel found in Uruk, which depicts a bull with two lions, with one lion attacking the bull with his two forepaws. So this is figure 3A. And a Sumerian vase decoration from Tello, which shows a bull being attacked by a lion, figure 3B. The first coins appeared in Lydia around 625 BC, issued by the Mervin dynasty founded by King Giges. These coins were electrum staters, which bear a head of a lion with a radiant sunburst above on the obverse and an incube square on the reverse. This is figure 4A. The Lydian king, Croesus, launched two major innovations in coinage in the middle of the 6th century BC. In place of the traditional electrum coinage, Croesus introduced a bimetallic currency system of gold and silver, and an obverse type bearing the head or forepart of a lion facing the head or forepart of a bull, figure 4B. These Croesuses have been imbued with astral significance. The lion represents the sun, which is certainly suggested by the electrum staters, and the bull represents the moon. ESG Robinson even goes a step further to suggest that the lion equals the sun, the gold, so the gold coins, and the bull equals the moon, and which equals the silver coins. This proposal may be supported by the discovery of gold Croesuses under the foundation slabs of Darius's palace at Persepolis, figure 4C. These coins were buried alongside two plaques, one gold and one silver, which C.L. Nimchuk has argued is related to the golden sunlight and silvery moonlight. Reflecting Darius's merging of the realms of the day and night, Darius's inscription on Mount Bistun records that his orders had to be obeyed by night and by day, establishing his authority over both realms. The lion and bull motif appears more than 27 times at Persepolis, such as the relief fragment found in Palace H. This is figure 5. This is actually now at an exhibit in the Getty, and there's a wonderful exhibit on Persia that's ongoing now, I think, until the end of the summer. Most conspicuously, it is viewed a total of, so the lion and bull motif is viewed a total of 4 times on the eastern and northern stairways of Darius's Apadana, yeah, on either side of both the central facade of the eastern and northern stairways. This is figure 6. The Apadana is full of a variety of fruits and flowers, conifers, pomegranates, lotuses, rosettes, all representative of sexuality and regenerative life. Rows of reed-like stalks ending in papyrus flowers grow adjacent to the lion-bull icon. The combination of all these symbols of abundance and fertility with the images of the lion and bull, so know that the bull is looking back, so ready to spring to its feet, suggesting perpetuity. This advertises cyclical fruitfulness of the empire and dynastic stability and longevity. E.E. Kuzmina writes, quote, the scene of the struggle of the lion and the bull, symbolizing the solar vegetative cycle, was regarded also as the emblem of the dynasty of the Achaemenids. The lion bull image became widespread throughout the Achaemenid visual media, such as a seal from Sardis, just figure 7a, which explicitly shows a bull, above which is a crescent, being attacked by a lion, above which is the sun. It should also be noted that later Sasanian seals also depict a lion-bull combat with a star and crescent, figure 7b. Moreover, in the 4th century BC, the Persian satrap of Tarsus in Cilicia, Mazaeus, minted staters depicting either Baltars enthroned holding a wheat ear and a bunch of grapes on the obverse with a lion-bull combat. So this is figure 8a. Or Baltars enthroned on the obverse with a lion walking, a star above and a crescent below, figure 8b. These reverses suggest the perpetuity of loyalty to the Persian king, and note that the wheat ear and the grapes on figure 8a corresponds to the idea of cyclic renewal imbued in the image of the lion and the bull. So now we move on to Mithras and Mithridatic dynasty. The name and noun Mithras could variously mean a contract, oath, alliance, or investiture. Mithras sanctions the legitimization of royal authority and oversees the coronation of kings. The Avestan hymn to Mithras says Mithras bestows power, chapter 16, and devotes chapter 19 to how such pacts are protected by Mithras. Further in this hymn, Mithras is ever wakeful. He has 1,000 ears and 1,000 eyes and watches on every height and every outlook, chapter 10:45. He is ever luminous. In the morning, he brings into evidence the many shapes, the creatures of the incremental spirit, and he lights up his body, being endowed with his own light like the moon, 142. In the Avestan litany to the sun, 7:8, a sacrifice is mentioned to the sun and to the star Sirius in honor of Mithras, and also, quote, a sacrifice to the friendship, which is the best of friendships, that between the moon and the sun. Litany to the sun, chapter 15. In the Avestan hymn to Mithras, 10:61, Mithras brings the rain and makes the plants grow. In 10:5-8, he is named as the one who watches over all creation and is the Lord of the wide pastures. The 7th month of the Persian year is Mir, which means sun and friendship, and is dedicated to Mithras. Beginning in the Achaemenid period on the 16th of that month, during the autumnal equinox, the festival of Mithras, known as the Mitrakana, annually took place. The autumnal equinox was considered the start of the new year, when the sun begins its return to the earth and the resurrection of the natural life cycle. The fresh fruits of the harvest were given to Mithras in thanksgiving for the goods he had provided, so for his solar presence, which gave the vital heat for vegetal regeneration. The Mitrakana has continued throughout the centuries. Strabo writes in Geography 11:14-9 that the satrap of Armenia sent 20,000 foals to Persepolis each year for the Mitrakana, and it is still celebrated today as the Merigan, so the Persian festival of autumn. The origins of the Pontic dynasty derived from the highest circles of the ruling Persian nobility. Its kings, beginning with the founder of the Pontic royal line, Mithridates the first Ktestes, so the Ktestes, the founder, 281-266 BC, went by the name of Mithridates, which is the Greek attestation of the Iranian Mithridat, meaning given by Mithras. The dynastic badge of the Mithridates is a star in a crescent, which was first employed by Mithridates III, figure 9a. It can be seen throughout Pontic royal coinage. For example, Karnak is the first, figure 9b, which has a Mithras-like figure, and also figure 9c, which is Mithridates IV, and this is also a Mithras-like figure with the Phrygian cap. And of course, Mithridates VI Eupator with the famed Pegasus reverse type. The meaning of the dynastic badge has been widely debated in scholarship. However, I suggest that the star and crescent emblem represents Mithras, referring to Mithras's continued legitimization of the Pontic dynasty. So the survival of the Pontic royal house is justified and protected by Mithras. And so now we get to Antiochus the First of Commagene and the lion horoscope. Claiming descent from the Armenian Orontes, Antiochus the First of Commagene styled himself as the successor of Tigranes II, the great of Armenia, and has certainly been linked to the development of Roman Mithras, such as has been suggested by Roger Beck. While Beck puts the Roman foundation date between AD 60 and 70, with the coronation of Tiridates by Nero, which is too late, in my opinion. It should be during the Augustan and Tiberian age. But as I said before, Augustan Tiberian ideology is not the basis of the tenets of Roman Mithraism. So Beck rightly attributes the significance of Mithras to the dynastic cult of Antiochus I. The ruler cult set forth by Antiochus presents him as a legitimate Commagenian monarch sanctioned by the Persian, Achaemenid, Armenian, and Greek, Macedonian, Seleucid gods and mortal ancestors. However, he specifically cultivated a special relationship with Mithras as the divine beneficiary of his dynastic program. Beck underscores the principal position of Mithras as one of the deities who came to grieve, so to legitimize Antiochus I, particularly focusing on the solar nature of Mithras. He says, quote, solar Mithras thus represents a continuity from the royal cult of Commagene to the mysteries of Mithras. Mithras is the sun, and the mysteries, because of the Commagenian founders of the mysteries received him, because the Commagenian founders of the mysteries received him in that identity, unquote. The visual repertoire of Nemru Dag predominantly advertises the divinely endorsed kingship of Antiochus I, who invariably is portrayed in Armenian royal garb, including the Armenian tiara and his successors. In particular, the sets of 4 identical dexiosis reliefs. So dexiosis means an agreement, so it's shaking hands. And the eastern and western terraces, so this is figure 10, depicts Antiochus I shaking hands with the personifications of Commagene, the Tike, Commagene, so fortune, Commagene, Zeus, Oromasdes, Apollo, Mithras, Helios, Hermes, and Artagenes, Heracles, Ares. And each set is parallel to colossal statues of these gods and Antiochus I, and also bear a nomos inscription on the lower tier, which is the holy law of Antiochus I. Then there's, so this is just some examples of the colossal heads. This is Antiochus I and Mithras and Commagene. These two will be important, Mithras and Commagene, as I will get to in a minute. And here are some examples of the close-up of the dexiosis reliefs. This is Antiochus and Mithras and Antiochus and Commagene. So you can see the cornucopia, and also there's a cornucopia near the colossal head of Commagene here. And so then there's the lion horoscope, which is figure 11. And this depicts a lion, so the sun in Leo, with 3 larger stars above it, the planets Mars, Mercury, and Jupiter, corresponding to the inscription, the fiery star of Heracles, the glittering star of Apollo, the radiant star of Zeus, and a star, so the principal star of Leo, which is Regulus, cradled in the crescent moon, so that's the bull, covering his chest. And so the deities in dexiosis with Antiochus I are the planetary deities who confirm the king in the person of Corleonis, the real star in the heart of the lion. And then also the set of identical investiture reliefs on both the eastern and western terraces. This is figure 12. And this depicts Antiochus I passing over the diadem to his son and successor Mithridates II. And these all demonstrate the significance of the rightful inauguration of Antiochus I and his family. So now we will go into a little more detail about the lion horoscope. Beck readily claims that, quote, the Mitraic Tauroctony is a true descendant of the lion of Nemrudad. According to him, Mithras is identified as the unconquered sun in Leo, and the bull is the moon. And so the Mitraic Tauroctony refers to the sun's, Mithras's victorious encounter over the moon, the bull. He proposes that, quote, the proper question to ask of the Tauroctony is not who is Mithras in the sense of the constellation, but where is Mithras, and suggests that since the Tauroctony represents the map of the heavens from Taurus to Scorpius, to the torchbearers represent Taurus and Scorpius, Mithras is in the center and means the sun. And so Leo as the sign and constellation is midway between Taurus and Scorpius. The Tauroctonous Mithras is the sun in Leo. The bull, of course, means Taurus as the sign and constellation, but also means the moon. So the moon is the bull, and the exaltation of the sun of the moon is Taurus. And this is a quote from Porphyry, De Antro 18. The corresponding astronomical events to the solar triumph and lunar subordination are the monthly conjunction of the sun and moon, called the new moon, when the moon's light becomes invisible as it is overcome by the sun, and lunar eclipses. It has long been established that the lion horoscope represents the planetary conjunctions of Mars, Mercury, and Jupiter with Regulus, so Regulus in Leo, which occurred on July 7th, 62 BC, and that this conjunction illustrated the endorsement of Antiochus's rule by these planetary deities, which correspond precisely to the accompanying Dexiosis reliefs and colossal statues. So Beck demonstrates how the lion horoscope also symbolizes other celestial events of 63 and 62 BC. Two lunar eclipses took place in 63 on May 3rd and on October 27th. And the moon was also in conjunction with Regulus on July 6th, 62 BC. So these astronomical occurrences pertaining to the sun's triumph over the moon gave fruition to the concept of the Mitraic Tauroctony as a symbol of Mithras as the victorious sun. He writes, quote, a tradition concerning lunar eclipses in Taurus and Scorpius descended to the Mitraic mysteries from Commagenian star talk of the 1st century BC. And this tradition originated in exegesis and interpretation of the celestial events of 62 BC and the preceding year, unquote. The lion and crescent bull correspond to the accompanying colossal statues of Mithras and Tyche Commagene, and the Dexiosis reliefs of Mithras with Antiochus, and also Commagene with Antiochus, respectively. That is, the cornucopia carrying Tyche Commagene symbolizes the fecundity and abundance of the Commagenian homeland. And so Mithras's, so the lion's, victory over Commagene, the crescent, the bull, expresses Mithras's guarantee of Commagene's eternal survival. So now to get back to the Augustan coin, Rome's policy towards Armenia. So just a quick summary of what was happening between Rome and Armenia in the 1st century BC. So in 20 BC, Augustus achieved a settlement with Parthia through diplomatic means. The Roman standards and prisoners lost to Parthians in the 53, 40, and 36 BC were recovered by diplomatic negotiations. Integral to this Parthian resolution was how Augustus handled Armenia. It was essential for Rome to maintain control of Armenia as a buffer state between herself and Parthia. Armenia became a force to be reckoned with under the reign of Tigranes II, who significantly expanded Armenia's territorial boundaries and took the title King of Kings. The former alliance between Tigranes II and his father-in-law Mithridates VI of Pontus had to be squashed, and Lucullus and Pompey the Great led subsequent campaigns which ended in defeat and surrender for both Mithridates VI and Tigranes II by 66 BC. Pompey reinstalled Tigranes II on the Armenian throne. Tigranes II retained his right to rule over Armenia, albeit with Roman approval. Since the 60s BC then, Rome and Parthia were simultaneously vying for control of Armenia by imposing their own candidates on the Armenian throne. The terms of Tigranes' second's submission to Pompey created a fundamental Roman precedent for dealing with Armenia. That is, the installation of an Armenian king by the sanction of Rome. In 20 BC, Armenia requested that Artaxias II, who was placed on the Armenian throne by Phraates IV of Parthia, be replaced by his younger brother Tigranes III, who was a hostage at Rome. Augustus sent Tiberius with a large army to depose Artaxias II, but before Tiberius reached Armenia, Artaxias was assassinated. Tiberius immediately installed Tigranes III as the Armenian king. After his death in 6 BC, Augustus sent Tiberius to declare Artavasdes, Tigranes III's brother, king of Armenia, and in 1 BC, Gaius Caesar imposed Ariobarzanes on the throne. Under Tiberius's reign in AD 18 BC, the coronation of Zeno Artaxias by Germanicus took place, which is seen on figure 13, a coin of Caligula. And perhaps most famously, Nero inaugurated Tiridates in AD 66 at a lavish ceremony in Rome. You can see an engraving of this figure 14. So in conclusion, thus the policy of Rome towards Armenia was appointing her own candidates to the Armenian throne. Augustus succeeded in having Tigranes III installed by Tiberius in 20 BC. I suggest that this act, which guaranteed Rome's continued watch over Armenia, is represented by a symbolic image of Tauroctonus Mithras. So victory equals Mithras, and this Armenia Capta reverse type, which appropriates and builds on the Near Eastern lion bull motif and Antiochus the first of Commogene's Mitraic lion horoscope at Nemrud Dag, and which represent, of course, abundance and prosperity. Furthermore, there is a coin type minted in 19 BC in Rome so at the same time as this Armenia Capta coin, which depicts a star and crescent. And this is figure 15. So these two coin types suggest that Augustus and Tiberius, based on a connection between Hellenistic monarchs and Mithras, particularly between Antiochus the first of Commagene, were aware of and advertised Mithras's role as a divine authority and guarantor of a dynastic house. This demonstrates that Mithras was beginning to gain traction in Rome as early as the last decades of the 1st century BC via the exemplum of Commagene. And I just want to end with a couple images of iconic Mitraic Tauroctones. This is Mitrium in Marina in Italy, and a wonderful fresco. I mean, it's the colors are amazing if you go and see it in person. And the London Mitrium, and of course, I want to end on a coin, which is coin of Gordian III, which actually does show Mithras slaying the bull. It's one of the only coins that shows, I think it is the only coin that shows Mithras slaying the bull in the 3rd century AD. So thank you very much.
Hi, Victoria. Thank you so much. This is absolutely incredible information, and I am sure that our participants have also found your presentation extremely informative. So many questions.
Thank you.
Because we are, so I'm just going to say this. So because we are running a little bit of time, so what we're going to do, please type your questions for Victoria in the chat. And when we have our last speaker finish, we are happy, or I'm happy, and also you're welcome to communicate during our break. So please do that. And Victoria, thank you so much for this incredible presentation.
My pleasure. I apologize if I spoke a little too quickly, but I wanted to get everything in, and I hope that with the images it was clear. So.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There's just so much to think about. And it's a topic that I just been dealing recently with the exhibition. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I know
so
you were doing
I would love to
unpack
this with you for sure.
I thought, I had so many choices to pick from, like what I would want to talk about. And then I was working on this coin for some time. And trying to figure out what the Armenia Coptic coin means, also like the star in the crescent. And I thought this is the perfect opportunity to get some of my thoughts together.
Yeah, no, actually, I will be here during our break, so we will continue chatting if Victoria, if you're free.
Yes,
so
of course.
I welcome everybody to join me then. Thank you so much, Victoria.
My pleasure, my pleasure.
And Carolyn is going to present on Poseidon's horses and Hephaestus's mules, equids, and social attitudes in the classical world. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Marina. Hopefully everyone can hear me and see my screen, the infamous question that we always put forward. Good, I got a thumbs up, excellent. Okay, so in the interest of time, I shall attempt to charge through my paper and talk a little bit about mules. So just some, I guess, a bit of definition. I wrote this paper for more of an equine history conference, but I recognize that not everyone in the room might be familiar with equid terminology. So when we talk about mules, a mule is a hybrid animal. So it's a cross between a male donkey and a female horse. If you flip that around and breed a female donkey to a male horse, you get a hinny, and they are less desirable than a mule. Mules are sterile, so you cannot breed a mule to a mule. There are random references in the literary records to unusual circumstances where a mule happens to be fertile, and as you can imagine, these were seen as very auspicious or superstitious, but generally speaking, mules are not fertile. So the only way to get a mule is breeding a horse and a donkey. So the three domesticated species of equids, horses, donkeys, and mules all played fundamental roles in shaping the culture, structure, and history of the ancient Greek world. The human attitudes towards them, however, varied widely, creating a clear equid hierarchy in Greek thought. At the top were horses, the animal I focus on most frequently. They are intrinsically tied to elite maleness, though as I'm discovering with some projects, there are some interesting female connections as well. They galloped and pranced across public and private art, representing the wealth, power, and authority of the state, as well as their owners, both on the battlefield, the racetrack, and in the civic sphere of the polis, the city-state. In the realm of the gods, they pulled the chariots of the gods, crossing the heavens with Helios and Selene, and they were one of the animals most closely associated with Poseidon, who is a very masculine god, along with the bull, which is another quite masculine creature. At the other end of the spectrum is the donkey, an animal of immense practical value, but viewed as low status in the Greek world. While donkeys do appear in the visual and literary records, they are nonetheless depicted at the bottom of the equine social order. If the horse is the elite, the donkey is the slave. In Aesop's fables, the donkey is regularly beaten and even killed, often with no remorse. One infamous fable has a donkey serving as a pack animal for a troop of traveling priests of Cybele. They, of course, beat the donkey to get it to move, and when the donkey dies in service to these priests, they skin the donkey and turn it into a tambourine so they can keep beating it. That gives you a pretty clear idea of sort of perceptions of the donkey, at least within the hierarchy. In reality, however, the donkey was a key partner in agriculture, trade, and construction, as well as other things. It was far more useful than the horse, but its representation in the literary and visual records is very much a reflection of those who wrote and commissioned these things, the elite. In the realm of the divine, the donkey is connected to Dionysus, a god with a complicated story and a roundabout arrival on Mount Olympus. The connection is likely due in part to the donkey's role in agriculture and grape cultivation, because Dionysus is the god of wine. Moreover, the donkey's very loud bray, in case you were wondering, a donkey's bray carries for up to 3 kilometers, may have been associated with the noisy, raucous chaos of a Dionysiac procession. In other words, the Dionysiac procession with its braying donkeys as rather the opposite of the controlled, ordered power and quote-unquote civilization of an equestrian procession, like those seen on the Parthenon. So where does this leave the mule? It's a good question. Indeed, it's one to which the Greeks themselves didn't really have a clear answer. The tensions caused by the mule and its sterility and its hybrid nature are evident in Aesop's fables, where we see the clash between the mule's noble and lowly ancestry. So Aesop writes, a mule once happened to be eating the food of idleness in his manger. Feeling his oats, so to speak, he burst into a run, whinnying and shaking his head to and fro. "My mother is a horse," he shouted, "and I am no worse at racing than she is." But suddenly he drew to a halt and hung his head in shame, remembering that his father was only a donkey. So what should the mule do? Be happy because his mom is a horse, or be depressed because his dad is a donkey? On the one hand, mules were viewed as quasi-horses, and their eliteness was recognized with the Apene, the mule cart race, which was part of the program at both the Panathenaic Games and Olympia. At Olympia, it was on the program from 500 to 450 BCE. In this event, a pair of mules pulled a light two-wheeled wagon with a seated driver. We see racing teams on coins from Sicily, as well as Panathenaic amphora for winners of the race. Pindar, the victory poet, wrote 2 victory poems for winners of the race at Olympia, Olympian 5 and Olympian 6. Yet Aristotle, in his rhetoric, comments on a story associated with the poet Simonides. An Excellus of Regium, one of his coins, is what you see on this slide, won the Apene and tried to commission Simonides to write an Epinician for him, a victory poem. Aristotle states, when the victor in the mule cart race offered Simonides only a small fee, he refused to compose a poem, since he took a poor view of writing in honor of mules. But on being given an adequate fee, he wrote, "Greetings, daughters of storm-footed horsers." Then Aristotle goes on to say, but they were daughters of asses also. On the other hand, mules were viewed as quasi-donkeys. Their primary roles revolved around labor, but this labor was often connected to wealthy households because mules were presumably more expensive than donkeys. You needed a horse and a donkey to make them. Unlike the donkey, however, the mule is depicted in literature as a stoic and reliable worker. Right? So the donkey is always sort of depicted as trying to avoid work, but with the mule, we see sort of this grudging acceptance of their role as a work animal. And just to summarize this particular fable, we have a donkey and mule who work side by side. The donkey in typical Aesop fashion is trying to find ways to get out of work, kind of that notion of the lazy or opportunistic slave. And so the donkey's load is perpetually shifted onto the mule because the donkey's ticked off that the mule gets fed more than he does. Finally, the mule is carrying all of the weight and the donkey is carrying nothing. And the mule says, "What now? Do you say that I still don't deserve a double portion of food?" So we get this impression as the mule as being uncomplaining, not sort of trying to trap the donkey or push back against the donkey, but just stoically accepting its lot in life. Aelian and Pliny the Elder both recount the story of an Athenian mule who had been involved in the Periclean building project on the Acropolis, so building the Parthenon. This mule reached old age but refused to retire. So even after the mule was retired from work, he continued to show up for work every day, walking of its own free will alongside the younger mules as if harnessed to them. When news of this mule work ethic spread amongst the Athenians, a proclamation was passed that if the mule came looking for corn or barley at the market stalls, it was to be allowed to eat its fill at state expense. And there's a allusion here to victorious athletes as well. So like Olympian victors were often fed and honored at state expense for the rest of their life. So the mule is being praised and honored here. There's evidence that mules were perceived as valuable. They're amongst the prizes in Patroclus's funeral games in book 23 of the Iliad. Aristocratic young women were often associated with mules. In the Odyssey, Nausicaa drives a mule cart with her handmaidens. Sappho has the daughters of Priam, the king of Troy, ride in elegant mule-drawn wagons, while their brothers drive horse carts or horse chariots. And what about the world of the divine? Where do mules, if anywhere, appear in association with the gods? Well, here they are also in a bit of a hazy space. For the gods, at least most of them, don't do manual labor. They represent forms of work and livelihoods, but they don't physically do them, really. So to find the mule, we have to look for the only Greek deity who performs manual labor, and that is Hephaestus, who is a fascinating god. As with so many aspects of Greek myth, there are different variations to his story, but some commonalities. One, he's an anomaly, right? He's the only imperfect god. He has a physical disability. He's not considered beautiful. He actually works, he labors, he sweats as the blacksmith god, the metalworking god. Moreover, he's cast out of Olympus. There are two versions of this story. In the Hesiotic version, Hera gives birth to him parthenogeneously, but he's born with a disability. So in a rage at this, Hera flings him from Mount Olympus. In the second tradition, he's the son of Zeus and Hera, born with no disability. But he tries to protect Hera during one of Zeus's rages, so Zeus throws him from Olympus and he falls, and that's how he obtains his disability, becomes permanently injured. It's during his exile that he perfects his craft as a blacksmith and an artisan. He himself might not be beautiful or perfect like his siblings, but he creates beauty, perfection, and innovation through his art rather than his physical appearance. In other words, he creates beauty rather than being beautiful. This includes an exquisite throne for his mother, which Hera readily accepts. Of course, the beauty of the throne conceals a trap. Literally, she becomes trapped in the throne when she sits on it, and none of the gods can free her. Only Hephaestus has that ability. Thus, he returns to Olympus, but it's not easy. First, his brother Ares, the god of war, tries to bring him back by force, but he fails. This is because Ares wants Hephaestus to submit to the will of the Olympians, but he won't. Indeed, Ares expects Hephaestus to fear him, but it's Ares who fears Hephaestus. We'll speak more on this later. Instead, it's another ostracized god, Dionysus, who brings Hephaestus to Olympus, thereby earning his own place amongst the gods as well. How does he do it? He gets them drunk. Thus, Hephaestus' return to Olympus becomes a scene of joy and revelry, a Dionysiac procession, rather than the sober submission of Hephaestus to the perfect Olympians. He's welcomed back, he frees Hera, marries Aphrodite, but it is his mode of return to Olympus that interests me, because he rides a mule. Sometimes the scholars call this a donkey, but for the remainder of this paper, I will make the case for the mule as the logical choice. So the return of Hephaestus scene is incredibly popular on Athenian vases of the 6th to 5th centuries BC. There are some variations, but one of the standard iconographic elements is the mule, which Hephaestus rides aside, which you see in the Francois vase scene and the Cleophanes painter scene, or astride. Sometimes his disability is evident, as with the Hydria from Caire. Other times it isn't. What I think is most important about this is that his mount is most notably not a horse. Horse-drawn chariots are the vehicles of the gods and the elite, but Hephaestus rides a mule. A 6th century vase depicting the wedding of Peleus and Thetis show all of the Olympians riding in horse-drawn chariots, except for Hephaestus, who rides aside on the back of a mule at the back of the procession. Now, Hephaestus is more than capable of making himself a super fancy vehicle, as we can see in this, black and white example from the Beasley archives that's now lost. He made himself a flying wheelchair or chariot. He produces automatons, robots, machines, basically ancient AI. So what is going on here? Why is Hephaestus on a mule rather than in some sort of fancy Hephaestus-made vehicle? The mule is not a random choice, although it might be tempting to denigrate and disregard Hephaestus and his mules. Actually, let me just go back. Within the hierarchy of both the gods and equids, this is too simple of a solution, as it overlooks their fundamental and necessary purpose in Greek society, both that of the mule and of Hephaestus. Yes, he's the only Olympian with a bodily difference, but he's not the embodiment of physical beauty or perfection, but he's also not meant to be an embodiment of pity or uselessness. Hephaestus is the only god with the ability to completely incapacitate the other gods through his creations. And he's necessary to them. He builds their palaces, armor, weaponry, tools, vehicles. He is a master of metis, of cunning, thought, and cleverness. And he was greatly valued by the Greeks in his role as a craftsman. Here we see a quote from the Iliad where Thetis comes to look for Hephaestus. And again, we see that like he is doing physical labor, right? His disability is referenced. He's sweaty, he's hairy, he's sooty. He is not the sort of glowing, perfect god, but he is necessary. So just as the mule is both quasi-horse and quasi-donkey, so is Hephaestus both a betwixt and between being. For he is both a god, a horse, and a laborer, a donkey. Mules provide forms of labor-saving technology to improve the lives of humans, and Hephaestus also provides labor-saving technology. Hephaestus's mount is often depicted as epiphallic, so it has an erection. And this is interesting in the context of mules because mules are sterile. And this overt sexualization or lustfulness is directly contrary to the depiction of stallions in Greek art, of male horses, as they are presented as powerful but in control of themselves and their desires. So perhaps there's something more relatable about the mule and his overt emotions, much as with Hephaestus's drunkenness in his return scenes. There's a realness that's lacking from the idealization of the elites and their horses. Ares' inability to dominate Hephaestus is intriguing, much as the intelligence and strength of the mule can make them a challenge to work with, and they're very different to train than a horse. So too is Hephaestus different, and Ares holds no power over him. He didn't fear him, but rather vice versa. Ares becomes the fearful horse, Hephaestus is the brave, bold mule. There's also the lack of sexual fertility. So yes, there are some obscure references to Hephaestus producing offspring, but his virility and sexual fertility are never key to his identity. His most famous offspring is Erichthonius, the founder of the Athenians, who's produced following a failed attempt at seducing Athena. Hephaestus ejaculates, his sperm falls on the ground, and the first Athenian is born. His marriage to Aphrodite also produces no children, and instead she openly humiliates him through her affair with Ares. From the very beginning, this is guaranteed. I mean, Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty, sex, and desire, will not be faithful to the only quote unquote ugly and physically imperfect god. For like the partner of a mule, she has no prospect of bearing children with him. So Hephaestus's fertility comes from his art and craft rather than sex, much as the mule is productive through its work rather than sexual reproduction. Both give to society through their physical labor rather than sexual labor. If one views the Greek world through the narrowly privileged lens of the elite, Hephaestus and his mule might seem a comical, embarrassing, and pity-inducing motif. Walk through classical art halls in any museum, and you'll be inundated with imagery of idealized youthful male beauty, both in terms of humans and equids. Imperfections were not advertised or celebrated in classical Greek art, but if you rub at this elite veneer, it soon scratches. And if you look below the surface, you will find a different picture. The popularity of the return of Hephaestus scenes in 6th and 5th century Athenian art reflect this. Late archaic and early classical Athens was a hive of artistic, architectural, and technological innovation and construction. There was a demand for crafts which made Hephaestus, for a time at least, one of the most popular mythological figures. Indeed, one of the best preserved temples in Greece, that of Hephaestus in the Athenian Agora, was built during this period, and that's what you see on this slide. While the Greeks may have admired the beauty and perfection of the other Olympians, Hephaestus was a god many of them could relate to, not only because he was imperfect and got drunk, but also because he worked, sweated, got dirty, faced rejection, and used his skills, talents, and metis to carve out a place for himself rather than his god's given birthright. He earned his place on Olympus. He was the everyman as opposed to the elite. He had a functional, tangible, practical purpose that served to improve life. And so did the mule. Of all three equids, the mule is by far the most useful in terms of work capability. Although the mule is not openly denigrated to the degree of the donkey, its status and the uncomfortability of its sexuality makes it very much on par with Hephaestus. The mule is practical, functional, improves production, but it's not a horse, it's not fertile, it's not masculine. There are some elite associations, but it will never be viewed as equal to the horse by the elites. Much like Hephaestus, the mule was highly valued by those who depended on equid power to work, rather than using horses or equids simply as a status symbol. Thus, our tendency to view the scenes and story of Hephaestus and his mule as something comical or shameful are the result of a particular horse or elite-centric lens about animals, labor, and hierarchies in the Greek world. A lens that was created and transmitted through the very narrow perspective of elite men, and not just in antiquity. It by no means represents the reality of the layers and breadth of the human equid relationship. Hephaestus and his mule have something to teach us all about equids and humans and status, if only we will listen. And I finish with one of my favorite images of Hephaestus on a rather Dionysiac mule. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Carolyn. I absolutely love the mule. It's just amazing. Gift that keeps giving. So what, as I mentioned earlier, so what we're going to do, we're going to have a break until 11, and then we will have a next talk. However, you are absolutely welcome to stay here and talk to Carolyn and talk to Victoria about their presentations. You are welcome to unmute yourself. You're welcome to type your question in the chat or whichever way you would like to communicate. So thank you. Give people a chance.
or everyone can go get more coffee if that is what is desired.
But okay, so that's fine. I'm absolutely happy to chat with you, Victoria. So as I mentioned, we have this really big exhibition right now at University of Calgary with the coins. Oh, actually, Olivia, why don't you go ahead, please?
Hello, I really like your presentation. I didn't know that there was as an Olympical discipline like the mule riding, because I think they look very similar as horses. And I wanted to ask, like, except for the erect mule, like how can we maybe in like pictures define if it's a mule or a horse, because they very look similar. That would be my question.
Sure, and I mean, that is definitely part of the adventure of the iconographic record. So, I mean, in terms of the race, one way to, I apologize for my dog having a meltdown in the background, to differentiate between the horse races, the chariot races, and the mule race is the vehicle itself. So the mule cart race, it's always a seated wagon, versus the chariot race where they're standing in the lighter chariot. In terms of identifying the animals, it's actually in a way more difficult to sometimes distinguish between donkeys and mules than horses and mules. So one way to identify the mule is it will often have the bigger ears, like a donkey. The tail is usually a little bit sparser. So the tail is usually a bit thinner at the top. It's got shorter hairs at the top, and then the longer sort of hairs at the bottom. Often with both mules and donkeys, you'll see stripes on their legs, what we call zebra stripes, and sometimes the stripe that goes across their shoulders as well. And then their manes tend to be a little bit sparser as well. So yeah, if you look at a Greek depiction of a horse next to a Greek depiction of a mule or a donkey, there are some differences you can train yourself to see. But sometimes the donkey and mule seem to be a bit interchangeable. So that's actually the trickier thing to distinguish. But yeah, look for the tail, look for the mane, look for stripes, look for the big ears, and the type of vehicle that they're pulling. And that's usually a main way to distinguish between them.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Carolyn, you have a comment and a question in the chat.
The reference to the mule being supported by public expense, that's great, because it's 100% an allusion to sort of honoring the victorious athlete, because the victorious athlete comes to represent the glory of the state, and this particular mule is being presented in a similar context as, you know, honoring the glory of the state through its contribution to this building program. Sandra, I didn't talk about Poseidon much because the paper was on mules instead of horses. But, you know, one of the, I suppose, main distinctions between the two is that, you know, Poseidon is very much, you know, Poseidon is the god of horses. And he is very much presented as, I think, quite a almost cliched masculine god. Like, he is hyper masculine. Like, he doesn't just have like a 6-pack, he's got like a 27-pack. Like, everything about him just seems to be masculinity. And so the horse is very much an association of Poseidon and sort of his overt masculine nature, much like the bull. Whereas Hephaestus's, you know, sexuality and association with sex and fertility is much more opaque, less clear, just as with the mule, right? Both are not associated with sexual reproduction, whereas stallions, horses, mares, and Poseidon are. So hopefully that answers it a bit. But yeah, I didn't talk about Poseidon too much.
And Sandra, we are recording this. It will be posted on YouTube, Nickle Galleries YouTube, and I will provide some links later, and my personal YouTube channel. So anybody who missed anything or you would like to review, you will be able to do that through the recordings. Perfect. Any other questions?
Did you have anything you wanted to ask Victoria? Marina?
Oh, yes. Sorry, I was just looking at the chat. Yes, Victoria. So that mythological, very complex story of the bulls and the lions is absolutely fascinating. And I did not know about the coins buried under Darius's palace. Can you, and the plaques, could you be able to share more information about that?
That was actually something quite new that I did in my research. I found in my research, but yes, it was. I found it in that it has to do something with the idea of Darius like merging the realms of day and night, and that it, and then also like so the coins and then the plaques as well. So it was in a book by Sudavar, Metric Societies. I can give you the references, and also the article that I mentioned when the Nimchuk compared it to the sunlight and the sunlight and moonlight, that because there was a gold plaque and a silver plaque. So this and then there's this idea of like sort of a more like Darius is creating a more like monotheistic religion, but not really, because then it wasn't like Zoroastrianism wasn't really set yet, but it's still, I have to do a little bit more on that. But I just found it really fascinating as well, as you said, that these coins were buried in Persepolis, and also the division between the gold and the silver.
Do you know how many coins were buried?
There were four coins, and then there were some other coins as well. But these were the Croesus coins, and they were gold coins. They weren't silver; they were gold. Okay. And I can get the specifics for you, and then also the references. But yes. Yeah, I just found it. I just found it, in the last few days, and I thought, oh, this is fascinating as well. I have to put this in. But, so certainly, if I would, write the article, then there would be more in depth on it.
Yeah. No, I mean, just the last comment will be beginning soon. It makes me think of the Szwec cave in France that has this really, really old rock paintings. And on one of the rocks that is really sharp and going down from the ceiling, we have images of a bull and a lion. And specifically to have them like together. I mean, we have lots of bulls, we have lots of lions, but to have them in this really, really specific, like very sacred location, we can see that. I found it really interesting, that combination going all the way far back. And there's a documentary about the cave. I think it's called The Cave of Forgotten Dreams, which is really interesting because the cave is completely inaccessible. It's locked up. But anyhow, Victoria will probably be chatting more about this. I have a feeling we can really pick each other's brains. So
yeah, no, I would love to, and I will send you the references to these coins, and because it was because of course Persepolis as well, the lion and bulls are everywhere. So it's quite interesting that the foundation slab would have these these specific coins which have the lion and the bull, and also the one of the plaques was gold, one was silver, but so it's like matched. There's something to it, but I have to go into a little bit more depth. But yes, I don't know if you know the scholar Sudavar. He wrote a book, 2 books on Metric societies and the divinity of. He worked. I mean, I can actually get it right now.
Well, you can send it to me, and now I'm going to hand over the session to Carolyn, and we will continue. But thank you so much. And again, we can continue today for everybody.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, this in the whole. I don't know if you work a lot on or have looked more into mitras, because of course, you know, the whole idea of lion bull. You know that. So I don't know if you've looked at mitraic iconography as well, like even from later when it becomes like Roman Mitraism. But so that was that's how I got into this coin type, because I for instance I know Attilio Mastrocinque, and he's written that amazing book on which some of it is debatable, but so that's how I thought, oh, this is a great coin to talk about.
Thank you so much for your passion. It's
wonderful.
Really contagious. Thank you.
It's all about the coins and animals. I mean,
yes.
Two of my favorites.
All yours. Thank you.
Oh, all right. Starting off our today's symposium with lots of enthusiasm, which is glorious. Reminding us about why we enjoy animals and coins and imagery so much. Okay, so we're going to move on to our second session, animals in philosophy and semiotics, so philosophy and symbolism. We've got 3 presenters. I think what we're going to do, I mean, it's always a bit of a learning curve with every version of a virtual conference. But I think kind of in the interest of time, what we'll do is have all 3 presenters give their papers, and then we'll do questions at the end. But to make sure that questions don't get lost in the process, please feel free to use the chat. So if you have a question about a paper, as soon as it's done, just type your question into the chat. Marina and I will keep an eye on that, and then we can go back and forth. So yes, we'll do questions after our 3 presenters have given their papers. But as I said, feel free to use the chat to enter your questions as they come to you. So our first presenter is Andrzej Kwiatkowski from the Universidad Federal de Sao Paulo, who will be talking on why it's necessary to abstain from animal food to contemplate the superior realities. So Andrzej, I shall hand it over to you. If you have a screen you want to share, feel free to do so.
Just a minute. Right. Good morning, good afternoon for the Marina, Carolyn, the rest of the members of the organization. Before I start, I would like to apologize in advance for the likely grammatical mistakes that I will make and the difficult accent of my pronunciation. But it's going to be a kind of deep philosophical discussion, but I answer any questions and then. Well, like Carolyn announces, my presentation is why it's necessary to abstain from animal food to contemplate the superior realities. And I would like to start with an excerpt from Aristophanes' Clouds, that there's a moment in the play when Strepsiades is asked about his intentions of being really willing to take the requirements to solve his problems by becoming a philosopher. As he replies, the translation is from Peter Meinecke, and he says, "My mind never rests, and the stuff of old boots. I have mean, lean stomach, I can live on roots. Fear not, there is nothing that this body can handle. I am ready to temper my spirit upon your anvil." This passage shows that Strepsiades is willing to assume whatever the challenges required to solve his problems, including this way of life that in the play is linked to what we can call a kind of philosophical life. This austerity is expressed in the passage with the lean stomach and live on roots. This is a kind of life manifest with the minimum necessary. But despite the anecdotal way in which Aristophanes exposed the context of his time in his play, These passages contain a historical dimension that was for a long time renegade in the history of philosophy, and that came to be endowed with relevance, especially by Pierre Hadot, and naturally allow us to inquire about the reason for the link between an austere way of life of the ancient philosopher. In fact, Pierre Hadot focused more on demonstrating how there is no such separation between the philosopher way of life and the theory that underlies it. But for now, I'm focused only the first aspect. I believe that there are two main reasons why this question has been forgotten. On one hand, it's a marginal thing in the ancient canon, unless it's placed this perspective on the hermeneutical horizon, and on the other hand, it is something of a political nature, referring to the long period of almost total forgetting of the ethical and political questions, to the detriment of metaphysical and teleological ones, initiated especially by Neoplatonism. About this first reading, we can ask, to whom does Aristophanes address his criticism? The interlocutor is the philosopher, placing the play in a paradigmatic way by the figure of Socrates, a character in the history of philosophy who became well known not through the words of the comedy writer, but mainly through Plato. However, when we come across to the Platonic corpus in search of the relationship between the philosopher and the way of life similar to that described by Aristophanes, we find it in an almost hidden way, but in accordance to the Platonic theory. In Phaedrus, for example, in the middle of the presentation of the image of the charioteer, Socrates, in defense of the superiority of philosophical life, he even ranks the types of life after that and puts the philosopher at the top, relates the self-control and restraint as harmonic to the philosophy, since as the soul is the chariot, the charioteer is the reason that enables the pathetic horses to be driven. A well-ordered carriage is one that is well driven by reason, just as assumed the philosopher to be one. On the 9th book of the Republic, despite being a theme that appears in previous books, Socrates relates the alteration as becoming, or in Greek Genesis, with the external and sensible, and the immutable with a more perfect and essential being. Next, Socrates asks Glaucon which kind of people is closer to being pure and immutable, those who live on some kind of corporeal profit, or those who seek true eternal knowledge, achieved only through pure and unfeeling intellect. At this point, the answer should be obvious. The ideas are immortal as the intellect, and those who should be looked for. Further on, Socrates adds that those who are more concerned with the true beings are more focused with caring of the soul than the body. Maybe a more paradigmatic reading is found in Phaedo, where Socrates announces that the sole pursuit of those who correctly engage in philosophy is dying and being dead, because dying means separating the body from the soul, and the philosopher's existence is guided by seeking to separate as much as possible the body from the soul. Desires for bodily satisfaction and the pursuit of money, war only serves to the same and ultimate bodily aims, belonging fundamentally to the material realm. Philosophy teaches the soul to minimize the body's goals and to seek instead for wisdom. It will seem redundant, but the Greek, the word is different. But the body is affected by affections, or by pathos, which hinders the rational ability to reach the real being. For this reason, that corporeal issues must be avoided or removed. This argument is skipped up by Neoplatonism in another interpretative key, especially in what has been linked to asceticism. As the horizon of Plato's dialectical philosophy ceased to be a mere form of theoretical learning, even the very conception of theory or contemplation takes another aspect. The philosopher horizon is also transformed. I know this is a very superficial reading, but in short, with the erasure of the possibility of a political transformation in the imperial era, philosophy started to focus less on the political dimension, like in the disappearance of the politeia literary genre, and start to focus on how the philosopher, as a subject who shares something with the divine forms, is able to ascend towards the other spheres, like the Plotinian triadic structure, such as the soul, the nous, and the one. It's not by chance that Pierre Hadot was a specialist at this school. With this, we can finally return to the question posed in the title of my presentation. Abstain from animal meat or vegetarianism is a positive way to starting the same idea, despite being considered an austere practice like the one contained on Aristophanes' account, was not only common to the philosophical schools, but also had a different form from justifications depending on what you see, what kind of philosophical schools are you looking for. For example, Pythagorean vegetarianism is usually attributed to the theory of metempsychosis, that is, assuming the possibility of a human relative reincarnating in a close animal. When we consume an animal, it would imply the possibility that we are devouring our recently deceased grandfather, for example. For this reason, it is better to completely abstain from beings endowed with a soul, which seems to exclude plants, differing from Aristotle, than to verify with each living being their psychological origin. And what about Neoplatonism? To answer this question, the best case perhaps to use one of the few works of Antiquity on vegetarianism, more precisely the work on the abstinence from animal food or from killing animals by Porphyry, notorious organizer of the Enneads and disciple of Plotinus. In his work, divided into 4 books, Porphyry seeks to convince his colleague Firmus Castricius to return to a vegetarian diet, which reveals the presence of an interlocutor and a very well-defined objective. Firmus was a colleague of Porphyry, and the only reference we have of him is in the Life of Plotinus, also by Porphyry, where he was described as what appears to be a young witch who owned the place that Plotinus frequented in the southern Italy in the end of his life, and was very close to the first generation of Neoplatonism. But what is Firmus' relevance to the work, and why he should return to vegetarianism? Here we find something non-trivial. In the middle of the first book, Porphyry says that his speech is not addressed to monastic crafts, nor to athletes of the body, nor to soldiers, nor sailors, nor orators, nor to those who have chosen the life of public affairs. Further on, he explicitly states that his speech is addressed to the philosopher. In this sense, if his speech is addressed to philosopher and his interlocutor is Firmus, it is assumed that Firmus is a philosopher. Actually, it's a slightly more complicated argument that I developed better in my dissertation. But this that looks trivial serves to answer a first problem. The first book of the Abstinence can be divided into 2 parts. The first one, Porphyry lists the arguments against vegetarianism, which he will refute in the following books. The second half presents an argument that is not only absent from the first part, but also presents a particularly philosophical theme, not only because of the nature of his interlocutor, but above all, because of the content of the disposition itself. The 29th paragraph, Porphyry defends vegetarianism with a purpose and a philosophical reference to contemplation of the real being, which is associated with himself and with the intellect. That is, its purpose is a form of union with its own that is logical and teleological from the original point of view, and ontological from the perspective of a relation with a higher reality, or the nous as the second triadic structure in the Plotinian cosmology. That is a long and complex explanation that doesn't fulfill now, Instead, what is useful for the discussion is to seek an answer to the question about the relationship between the adopting a vegetarian diet and this union carried out to the contemplative path. That is, what has to do the effort to return to an intellectual originality and the dietary change. To start, it's necessary to keep in mind that Porphyry does not only advocate to the end of meat consumption. Despite of being the initial motivation of the work, it also defends the end of all practices that exacerbate the sensations or perceptions, or aesthesis in Greek, and emotions, or pathos. These include the consumption of luxurious practices, of excessive and heavy food, sexual relations not intended for reproduction, become drunk, and so on. This expansion of objects refused by Porphyry only adds more problems than help us to find an answer. Here, the permanence of the Platonic trait of his work is shown. There is a theory of the soul and affections underlying the exhibition that understands the sensation and irrational powers, or alogos in Greek, as a kind of nullifier of the intellectual dimension, as we see in the Republic and the Phaedrus. With that in mind, you can think of this conflict in two ways. The first is a kind of inferior exercise, referring to what we can imagine in your daily lives, for example, while the libraries are governed by the rule of silence. One of the arguments that Porphyry used is precisely the need to reduce sensation, as the Platonic Academy did by distancing itself from the urban environment. In other words, the first dimension is the need to be with intellect, to be able to think or contemplate the immaterial and eternal idols or ideas. It's express a real conflict that we experience in our daily lives in relation to the realization of the thinking process. The second way, it's the most important and complex in the work, and reveals the superior exercise. When Porphyry refers to the relationship with the intellect, he refers to the phrase from Theaetetus, which, by the way, has a large part quoted literally in the abstinence, that the intellect must be imitated. The second sense expresses a widespread understanding in the antiquity that the like must imitate the like, or bion homoitei. In this sense, getting rid of the sensations as much as possible and intellectualize oneself would be an effort to imitate or seek to assume the same properties of the desired object to be contemplated, since the intellect is absolutely free from sensitivity and rationality. Therefore, answering the question which I propose in the title of my speech, it's necessary to abstain from animal foods because it's a way to avoid sensitive production in order to ensure that the philosopher's soul is able to fulfill its higher purpose, aiming at self-contemplation, as well expressing an effort of imitation or mimesis of the superior ontological and cosmological reality, which is also expressed through the contemplation of the being of the intellect, or in Greek, ton ontos avton. It is the realization that we are part of the same and unique reality, despite its different degrees. It's not, as one might imagine, an absolutely narcissism of the search for oneself in the cosmos, but on the contrary, it's the disappearance of the subject who reveals himself sharing the same originality. Living up to the event's title, it can be noted that the reason for vegetarianism says very little or almost nothing about animals, and more about the impact that the food had on the philosopher's souls. Meat, it seems to Porphyry as a type of heavy food, which intensifies our sensations and impacts our rational capacity. Although Porphyry briefly touches on other statements in the third book that give some dignity to animals, the confrontation with this type of argument says more about the effort announced in the first book to refuse the topics against vegetarianism than its core aim at attacking the causes that led Firmus to abandon the diet. That is, Firmus' main reason is his supposed belief that vegetarianism makes no difference of the practice of contemplation. It's not by chance that considerable part of Porphyry's argument is aimed at trying to justify its absence with the ancient philosophical prescription, mainly through Plato. Vegetarianism is one of the conditions of possibility for the realization of the purpose of what Porphyry calls true philosophy, situated on the inferior side of the exercise, and superior, in turn, is expressed through the obscure complementary activity that Porphyry tells very little and appears in a tone quasi-mystical asceticism. And on the other hand, dialectical from the Platonic point of view. And to conclude, unlike Strepsiades, who seeks to adhere to the philosophical way of life because of the most mundane problems, he's in debt because he lost money on horses, the true philosopher in the Porphyrian conception is willing to adhere to the austere philosophical way of life because he has a higher purpose. And to achieve it, it is necessary that all your earthly life becomes the maximum that human capacity allows us in accord to the intellect. It must become like an intellect, and an intellect has no senses and other properties like it's self-sufficient, it's immortal, indestructible, immaterial, colorless, and so on. Therefore, cannot have the same properties as meat consumption produces.
Thank you very much, Andre. That was great. Your presentation was wonderful, and there was no need to apologize for your grammar or your accents at all. It was wonderfully understandable and very well put. So, as I said at the beginning of the session, what we're going to do is leave questions for the end after all three presenters have given us their papers. But certainly, if you have any questions for Andre, feel free to start typing them in the chat now, and we'll come back to them once our other two presenters have gone. So next up, we have John Dayton from the Rochester Institute of Technology in Dubai. And John will be speaking on the rights of carnivores and cannibals. So perhaps a bit more about meat eating in there as well. So John, I will hand the virtual floor over to you. And if you have a presentation, feel free to share it away.
Thanks, Carolyn. It is good to see you again. I was once her colleague years ago. Well, Andre has rendered some of my presentation unnecessary. I'll edit parts on the fly. So I will assert that ancient Greek speculations on the origins of human culture have often been assigned to opposing factions. There's a mythical strain which asserts a deterioration of our human race from our pristine condition. And there's a proto-scientific or more empirical anthropological conception in which human progress is the driving force. Now, I feel these don't sort themselves so easily into two categories. In all theories of this kind, mythical and rational tendencies are so intertwined that it's hard to classify one against another. And as we are about to see on the matter of diet and meat consumption, they hold certain attitudes in common. And we'll first look at a mythical account, that obsessive vision of a better world, has many names, Eden, what have you, the Golden Age, and the locus classicus is from Hesiod. And here we find that mankind spent 5 ages, the Golden Age, in which men and animals coexisted harmoniously. The Silver Age, the Bronze Age, when we have in descent into violent brutishness, the Heroic Age, and the pervasive depravity of the Iron Age. And note that though this is a myth and supposedly is opposed to the proto-scientific view, at least two of his terms, the Bronze and Iron Ages, became scientific terms, still in use and still understood much as he described them. And the Golden Age is, at least in part, a much softened reflection of a pre-agricultural, a pastoral age, soft primitivism, as we call it, and it's a vegetarian age. The golden race lived off the spontaneous bounty of nature. They're rich in flocks, but these are kept for wool, perhaps milk. The absence of meat is a logical necessity for the Golden Age. If no creature can do one another harm, well, we can't go about killing and eating one another. In the later version of Aratus, which we'll get to, we see Dike or Astrea or Virgo, the goddess of justice, communicated frequently with men in the Golden Age. In the Silver Age, when men apparently made use of animals without killing them, she still communicated, though less frequently. And in the Bronze Age, it's marked by an extreme proliferation of violence. Hesiod specifies that the Bronze Age warriors, they ate no bread. That probably implies that they ate only meat. The later Greeks understood it this way. Another version of the cycle of ages in the phenomena of Aratus. Certainly it makes that explicit. It's in the Bronze Age that, when we are wielding our bronze swords, we first fed on plow-drawing cattle, and justice abandons us. An idea was developed later conjointly to the effect that humans first resorted to meat during times of war and famine, when their crops had been destroyed. That's in Plutarch. But animal slaughter is one symptom in a general orgy of nefarious murderosity here. So already at the beginnings of Greek literacy, we find the practice of inspiring a distinct unease. There are deeper problems. Older myths introduces an unnatural imbalance of strength in the universe. Hesiod elsewhere in the Works and Days and the Theogony tells us the myth of Prometheus. It's well known, and its most enigmatic part touches on the origins of animal sacrifice. His trickery in winning the sacrificial meat for humans, the loss of fire, Prometheus' restoration of fire to humans, his punishment in being eaten by an eagle, the collocations of the themes of meat, sacrifice, fire, animals, and divine wrath intimates an anxiety over something profoundly wrong with humans' domination and consumption of beasts, something which Zeus felt compelled to set right. Now, a little later in Plato's Laws, it records a belief, it's a widespread topos, in fact, that there was a primordial time when humankind adhered to vegetarian foods as a sacred duty. It's curious because we know that anthropological investigations assure us there is no herbivorous period in our past. Its strong imprint on the mythical record seems to have a psychological rather than historical origin, or if it's historical, it's viewed through the mythopoeic prism. The dim knowledge of prehistoric periods is transfigured in order to imbue it with moral or narrative purpose. In later treatments of these myths, the chronology of the themes is worked out more explicitly. All right. We see that the did not dare to eat an ox. There were no animal sacrifices. Okay. The Orphic sect still adhered to these, as well as the Pythagoreans. Okay. Later on in Virgil's version of the Golden Age, when life was most righteous, okay. After that, before it happened that we began feasting on heifers, all right, it's the age of Saturn, and we have sacrifice, meat, and cooking. Okay. Also, martial technology. These sinister developments are often synchronous, as in Aratus too. Now, starting in the 5th century BC, or somewhat earlier, we see speculation on human origins without mythical causation. Indeed, primitivism, the natural state of man and his ascent therefrom, now came to prominence as favorite objects of rational conjecture. Most of these speculations, though, couldn't break free of their mythical origins, so the results are fairly fanciful. And Diodorus Siculus gives us a recreation of society's origins set in Egypt. We've heard a little bit about that in the first presentation. The Greeks often consider it the fountainhead of human institutions. In this scenario, the natural state is not idyllic, and so the story represents what's long been known as hard primitivism, the belief that our natural state is harsher and more brutal. And our original condition is the state of extreme carnivorism, which is cannibalism, allelophagia, as he calls it, eating each other. This is also mentioned in Plato's Laws. The culture hero god Isis first discovers grain, goddess Isis first discovers grain. Osiris learns to cultivate it, and he thus introduces a pleasanter way of life and gentler mores to the world. And for these benefactions, Isis and Osiris win the grateful worship of humans. The tale is virtually a reverse image, a mirror image of the usual Golden Age procedure, not a fall, but a rise of man. So carnivorism is a remnant of a more brutal past, virtually interchangeable with cannibalism, and its displacement by agriculture represents evolutionary progress. Now, if we look at the mythical version of human origins next to a rational account, such as that in Diodorus, what they have in common is an aversion to meat eating. Okay. Whether its crudity is a part of a primitive past or a degenerate present. And this objection is remarkably consistent in serious Greek thought, though diverse reasons are adduced. As far back as the 7th century, as Andrei showed us, we find the Pythagoreans abstaining from flesh and the belief that it was the moral equivalent of cannibalism, since reincarnated souls indwelt in human bodies. Empedocles has actually left us with some of the most powerful reflections of this belief. He presents a more consciously philosophical Golden Age wherein Aphrodite was worshipped alone and only with bloodless offerings of incense and honey, as we see. The altar was not wetted with unmixed blood of bulls. It was the greatest abomination among men to despoil of life and eat the goodly limbs. Okay. He equated animal sacrifice with homicide and anthropophagy. And in 137, we have a truly horrific scene of kindred butchering one another in the guise of animals, preparing them for a gruesome feast. Now, it's easy to interpret this as a parable on the spiritual kinship of all sentient life, but Empedocles means something more literal. They really are human lives and souls by virtue of transmigration. He's aiming at a purification from the physical world, starting from its basest phenomena of bloodletting and murder. And a century later, Plato, when he describes his ideal republic, considers an idyllic and peaceful community feasible when the inhabitants maintain a wholly vegetarian economy, here carefully described. Once we have animal husbandry and meat, that indeed makes for higher resource costs, and we have the growth of luxury appetite, economic burden, eventually war, as we see in the next part. We will need swineherds. When we started eating meat, we'll need doctors. All right, and now suddenly, okay, our appetites are out of control. Our lands are insufficient. And then the result is war. Okay. Virtually, okay. Re-envisionment of the Golden Age. Concern with the immediate spiritual effect of animal slaughter isn't mentioned here, but the result is largely the same. Carnivorism is coeval with licentiousness, indiscipline, and spiritual breakdown. Now we'll turn to Porphyry, and I'm glad Andre went first, so now you know who he is. His treatise on vegetarianism and Plutarch's earlier, one of the two major vegetarian charters of the ancient world. Okay. Periepokes and Psychon, it's titled in Greek. He has many arguments against meat, among them that it incites animalistic pleasure and it increases physical strength, which are both bad for a philosopher. They increase our preoccupation with physical deeds and appetites. Mighty men are observed to have mightier appetites for food, wine, sex, sleep, all bad things. Okay, they are thus bound more strictly to the corporeal realm. Plutarch says something similar in a fine phrase. Okay. For it is well known to most that wine and much flesh eating make the body indeed strong and lusty, but the mind weak and feeble. Now, an animal slaughter required a ritual sacrifice. Meat is probably the most ritualized type of diet, a fact still attested by kosher and halal customs. And the ritual has an expiatory purpose, as shown by the curious Athenian festival of the Bouphonia. Porphyry has left us a detailed description of this rite, which presents a mimic homicide trial for an animal's murder. The account begins with an ideological myth. In that remote time, when men still lived on vegetable foods, sacrifices to the gods also consisted of grain and fruits. Once when the Athenians were holding a sacrifice, one Demes was standing beside the altar when an ox walked up and began to munch the sacrificial grain. The angered Demes seized a nearby axe and killed the beast. The people then decided they may as well not waste the ox, and they ate it. Demes soon realized that he had committed a crime in his impassioned haste, went into voluntary exile, but this wasn't enough. The land of Athens suffered a terrible drought. The inhabitants were told by oracle that they must atone for the crime by punishing the murderer and raising a statue of the ox. Some for some reason, Demes agreed to return and face trial. If he were to be made a citizen, and the slaughter of an ox would become a communal event, and thus was the origin of the Bouphonia. Each year on the Athenian Acropolis in midsummer, a group of oxen were led before an altar, scattered over with grain. The first who began to eat, in effect, volunteered to be the victim. Women brought water to lubricate the sharpening of the ritual axe and knife. The sharpener handed the weapons to another man, who handed them to the two appointed slayers, one of whom struck the animal with the axe, the other cut the throat. They then dropped their weapons and fled the scene. Bystanders filled the hide of the ox with straw, set it upright, and yoked it to a plow. This seems to be the invention of taxidermy. And a murder investigation is initiated. The water bearers accuse the sharpener, who in turn accuses the weapon handler, who then accuses the axe man, who then accuses the knife man, who then accuses the knife. The knife can't speak in its own defense, so it's condemned and cast into the sea, and the people then feast on the slaughtered ox. It's a remarkable story. Obviously, the festival aims at propitiation. It's a purification from the miasma of bloodshed, which then allows the worshippers to consume the meat without pollution. So it can be considered the founding charter of carnivorism, enacted in countless miniature iterations of all animal slaughter. One is struck by the desperate, the really comic antics to dodge responsibility. And it even presents the first animal sacrifice as a quasi-accident. Oh, Demes got mad and killed it. But while it's easy to understand the spiritual resistance to killing a sentient feeling creature, the curious thing in the ritual is that the ox has virtually equal legal standing with humans. And I noticed that in most ancient meditations on the subject, the beast is fully interchangeable with a human, and so cannibalism and carnivorism, human and animal sacrifice, are constantly confounded. I don't believe this phenomenon is explicable just in terms of the spiritual trauma attendant on killing a sentient creature. Okay. I'll close with what I believe to be the secret to all this spiritual torment over meat. Obviously, the scientific view does not support the belief that people began eating meat as some aberration. People were carnivores and indeed cannibals long before we were humans at all. So there's no point in seeking an origin for the practice. But the moral complication set in probably at the point of animal domestication. So let's return to Hesiod's golden age of shepherds. All the genre of pastoral literature presents the shepherd as a being who dwells in a hermetic world of innocence. He also lives without meat in most cases. In Virgil's first act, like a typical shepherd's meal. Okay, it looks like this. But it's a matter of disguised polarity, an effort to abnegate the terrible truth of the herdsman's birthright. For herdsmen began the mass slaughter and consumption of tame animals. Culling the herds is simply a necessity in springtime to maintain any manageable population, and an exceptional degree of trauma must have attended the origin of this phenomenon, one which sealed mankind in blood guilt forever. It's different from hunting wild animals. That's bad enough, but shepherds naturally foster a tender, protective stance over their charges. The point is perhaps best understood in New Testament tropology, Christ as the good shepherd who lays down his life for his sheep. So it's unnatural to reverse this impulse and murder the helpless infants whom you should be caring for, but that is what herdsmen must do. The outcome is an effort to ennoble the animal through divine ritual in the ways we have seen. The practice, again, reaches its extreme form in Christian symbolism, where the spring paschal sacrifice is literally deified as the Lamb of God. The ancient Greeks, of course, lived much closer to the realities of pastoralism than most in the modern age. And this residual blood guilt does much to explain the ambivalence toward meat eating and the complex of protective rituals around it. Further, I noticed that the ancient writers maintain a near complete identification between cannibalism and carnivorism, between animal and human life. I might even speculate at some far removed time point, little difference was felt between the killing of a fellow human or an animal. Many of our writers recognize that animal sacrifices must have emerged as a substitute for human sacrifice, and they may be right. The religious basis of human sacrifice is much disputed. It probably doesn't have the same origins everywhere, but it is often a propitiation for a communal crime or pollution. Then animals came to replace humans through a kind of magical transference. The Old Testament tale of the sacrifice of Isaac is replaced by a ram is undoubtedly a parable of this process of scapegoating, to use the exact term. Okay, the final element in this interpretation concerns the perennial war between farmer and herdsman, which marked the Neolithic transition to agriculture. The archaeological record tells of constant battles over land use, which the farmers always win. Among the other rewards of victory, they generally took place a feast of plundered livestock, but the victors did not altogether escape retribution. The tale of Cain and Abel is probably a parable of this long prehistoric war to the death. Cain, the first farmer, is the first murderer. Well, not the first farmer, but close. So he's cursed to wander in search of new land, new farmland forever. The blood guilt which the early farmers apparently felt upon the extermination of fellow bands of men may have contributed to that identity of the shepherd Abel, the original shepherd, as a uniquely innocent being, which we see in the pastoral genre. It's also resulted in a problematical view of agriculture seen in classical versions of the Golden Age, where farming accompanies the emergence of land conflict and warfare in the ensuing ages, as Ovid has described for us. Okay. When we have surveyors marking out the soil crops, okay, then we have the rise of warfare again. It has probably also resulted in ambivalence over consumption of the herdsman's produce and the necessity of expiatory rites before doing so. Thus, when animal meat is at issue, a potent complex of anxieties taking strength from several tributaries rises to torment the human conscience from the blood-soaked prehistory of the race. So we evolved as killers. Homicide and zoicide are in our bloodline, and the guilt thereof is integral to our creative and inventive talents. Thanks. That is all.
Thank you very much, John, for another thought-provoking paper about our relationship with animals and animals as a food source. So we'll move on to our final paper. Again, if you have any questions for John or Andre, please feel free to type them in the chat, or you can just throw your voice in at the end of the session. But yes, we shall move on to our final paper, which will be given by Tiago de Amaral Biazotto from the University of Campinas. And Tiago is going to speak on Alexander the Great's lion hunt images and the question of animal consciousness in the Hellenistic world. So Tiago, I shall hand it over to you.
Thank you, Carolyn. Can you please confirm that everybody's listening to me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, now I will share my screen. I'm not host yet. Can you please?
You should be co-host now.
Oh, okay. Here. Okay, can you please confirm that everybody's seeing the screen?
We can see the wonderful Alexander lion hunt mosaic.
Fantastic. So thank you, Carolyn, for the introduction. And of course, I would like to start by saying thank you to the University of Calgary, the Nickle Galleries and Montreal University, and of course, to my colleagues on this session and the hostess, Carolyn and Marina Fischer. So the purpose of this presentation is to discuss the question of animal consciousness in the Hellenistic world using lion hunting scenes as sources. I will discuss three works that depict Alexander the Great: the Pella mosaic, the Messina relief, and the facade of Vergennes tomb 2. Some central points of this talk were first discussed in an article published by Ada Cohen in 2018, by the way, the year I started my PhD research. However, from my point of view, some theoretical and methodological aspects of Cohen studies may be deepened. The hypothesis that I will defend is the one specific iconographic detail, the twisted neck of the lions, was used by the Hellenistic artists in order to assign some degree of consciousness to the animals. To make this possible, I will compare those hunting scenes with battle scenes from the same period in order to verify the existence of a similar pathos on Persian soldiers or even the great king defeated by the conqueror. I begin with the so-called Pella mosaic. It's remarkable how, from the waist down, both hunters have an almost identical posture, with one leg firmly planted on the ground and the other one in motion. The hunter on the left stretches his right arm to the height of its neck, carrying the spear that will kill the lion. The left arm is less visible, almost entirely covered by the clams, but it's possible to note that he holds the sword, however shifted. The figure seems to use his left arm to measure the distance that separates him from the feline, at the same time as he's prepared the final throw. The accessory he wears on his head, the petasus, is the only attribute that aparts him from his companion. The hunter on the right holds the sheath, but is empty. The sword meets the blowing clams on his back. Among the figures in the Pella mosaic, the most important one is the lion. The beast seems to project its body backwards, an intention shown by the forelegs drawn in the hind legs in a high degree of tension. At the last moment, however, the animal seems to realize that his tormentor is another, the hunter attacking it from the rear. I believe that it's possible to connect this mosaic to one of Alexander the Great royal hunts recorded in textual support. It is possible that the Pella mosaic is a copy after the sculptural group commissioned by Craterus, however completed only by his son, also called Craterus, according to an inscription found at the Delphi and excerpts from Plutarch, from Life of Alexander. For now, I would like to register two central points: the identification of Alexander and Craterus thanks to a set of evidence, the use of the petasus, as you can see right here, as the only accessory to distinguish the basileus from the veteran. Craterus was, according to the textual sources, an avid supporter of Macedonian customs and regalia associated with the East, such as the tiara orto, or the trousers called anexerides, would likely annoy him. Another detail is the arrangement of the figures. They are set in a way that by no means associates Alexander with any trace of cowardice. In fact, the only clue of imminent danger is the lion's paw, which overlaps the conqueror's left foot. The strained musculature of Craterus strengthens this identification. The second source is a stone relief discovered by the Expédition Scientifique de Morée, a French archaeological mission work in the 19th century. From the left, a knight breaks through the composition. Dressed in Macedonian garments, the mountain hunter aims its spear at the lion. Occupying a central position on the scene, the feline crushes a hound with his front paws. The lion dominates the scene. The centralized position, the brutality with which defeats the dog, is remarkable. And even another hound, which advances towards the feline from the right, also seems destined to perish under its claws. The animal movement is striking. Just like the Pella mosaic, the entire feline complexion projects forward, but at the final moment, the lion seems to be aware of the knight advancing on its back. The last figure is the hunter on the right. Naked, with an impressive musculature, he wears a lionine skin on his left arm. The double axe he carries seems to be the weapon destined to deliver the death blow on the lion. Once again, I would like to draw attention to the detail of the twisted neck as the lion, as well as to present my proposal for identifying the characters on the scene. It's worth remember that Crater's son was regent in the Peloponnese region in the early decades of the 3rd century BC, the same place where the masonry was discovered. So it is possible that this artifact refers to his father's donation at Delphi. Finally, the most controversial source of this study, the facade of Vergna's tomb tomb. There's a harsh debate surrounding its occupant, Philip II, Alexander's father, or Philip III Arrhidaeus, Alexander's half-brother. By no means do I claim to give the definitive answer to this question. I only emphasize that, from an iconographic point of view, there are elements to date this work from the period after Alexander's expedition. The painting is the most complex source examined so far. Thus, we'll focus on his central position. Before that, however, it's worth noting how the work seems to portray an increasing level of danger on the hunting, revealed from the left to right reading. Hunters age, prey becomes larger and more aggressive, and even the landscape becomes more threatening and challenging. Regarding the lion hunting scenes, 4 Macedonians take part in it. The feline has an arrow in his belly and struggles to free itself from the hounds surrounding it. One of the hunters, wearing the chlamyds and wielding an axe, aims at the feline's head. You can see right here. Facing the prey, the second one points the spear towards the beast's neck. The last 2 hunters are very unique on the right and on the left side. Behind the lion, an exceptional figure is in an upright position. He is an experienced hunter. The bird who wears unique on the scene leaves no doubt. The figure on the left, however, is the one that stands out the most, framed by 2 dead trees. Wearing a purple kitten, sandals, and a laurel wreath, this hunter insinuates a sublime, almost diaphanous atmosphere. It is, according to Olga Palaya, a post-mortem ericization, better say. The lion itself is equally exceptional. Despite the arrow that pierces it and the expressive number of hunters, the beast not only proudly fights the hounds, but it also performs an extraordinary movement. The identification of characters is disputed, but if one admits that Arrhidaeus, Alexander's brother, is the Dikis and Cassander is the responsible for the Tom's commission, it becomes possible to make an intriguing hypothesis. Cassander as the hunter wearing chlamyds and calcea, facing the lion, is a choice that seems pretty possible by political criteria. The balance between him and Arrhidaeus, identified as the vertical hunter, is symptomatic, with Cassander showing himself as respectful to Alexander's lineage and its natural successor. It's worth remembering that, as recorded by Athenaeus, Cassander, even in his 30s, could not sit at the table with the older Macedonians, since he had not killed a wild boar yet. This tomb iconography would also have dispelled the rumor. To sum up, the most important iconographical data of the corpus analyzed so far is the twisted neck of the lions. As I said at the beginning, part of the ideas of my presentation dialogues with an article published by Ada Cohen. In that study, Cohen argues, and I quote, I draw attention to the feline's pose, body moving forward away from the hunter and the head turning as if to meet the hunter's eye in an exaggerated near 180-degree rotation. The feline's natural pose contradicts our expectation for a dart-like movement, forward movement away from its adversary, but enhances the impression of alertness and introduces a sense of heightened animal consciousness. Cohen recalls passage from Plutarch concerning the turning of conqueror's neck, and I'll show you a passage from the Alexandri Magni Fortuna aut Virtu, Alexander the Great Fortunes and Virtues. This topos would also have become proverbial in antiquity, as you can see in the following sequence of Alexander's portrait. This sequence was, of course, united by Cohen herself. Cohen had the merit of demonstrating how the pathos of the feline's necks represents more than just a simple iconographic eccentricity. Nevertheless, it is possible to question Cohen's choice of equalize the gestures of Alexander and animals. Although similar in the formal scope, conqueror and lions occupy different positions in the hunt's procession. Hunter and prey, predator and quarries, it seems unlikely that the Hellenist artists took inspiration from Alexander to apply the same models to the lions, inferior to the conqueror in every single way. In any case, it is possible to find this gesture not only on hunting scenes, but also in battle ones, however, from other characters, the Persians and their great king. This tradition goes back to the first artifacts with steam, the surviving works of Darius Panther. Two of them, an amphora and a crater, come from the Etruscan cemetery in Ruvo, Italy. In the central part of the artifact, Alexander can be seen piercing an Achaemenid, as you can see here, can be seen piercing an Achaemenid soldiers who seems to be turning its body to the conqueror. The amphora is clear on this regard. Alexander, bearded with a Corinthian helmet full armor, locks his spear on the flank of the great king. Another work of great importance is the so-called Alexander sarcophagus, from which, for the sake of time, I will only comment on his frieze A. As you can see, there is a battle scene characterized by the confusion. Macedonians, Persians, horses, shields, spears, bows join the bodies piled on the ground. Although the winner cannot be discerned, the Achaemenid seems closer to decapitulation. The main figure among all others is the Macedonian on the left corner, spearing the Oriental soldiers who stand in his way. Falling from his horse, the Achaemenid has his flank at the disposal of the executioner, and in his last breath, turns his gaze at the Macedonian. Bare legs, long-sleeved kitten, clement, and especially his helmet with a leonine scalp combined with the horns of Zeus Amun show that this figure is Alexander. Finally, one of the most well-known works of ancient art, the so-called Alexander mosaic. As is in previous work, the soldier pierced by the conqueror and Darius III twisted their bodies and necks in a feeling of fear, anguish, repeating the gesture used by lions on hunting scenes. If one admits symmetry between the bodies of the lions and Achaemenid soldiers, it's worth recalling a passage from Plutarch, emphasized by Paulo Moreno in his book called Apelles la Battaglia d'Alessandro. When describing the Battle of Gaugamela, Plutarch classifies as bravest and noblest, aristoi kai genaiotoi, the Persians that trained themselves before Alexander to stop his onslaught. This altitude, characterized by the pathetic gesture of the Achaemenid fighters, can perhaps be shared with the lions. Another important fact, also noted by Paulo Moreno, is the iconographic correspondence between the soldier pierced by Alexander and no other than the Laocoon, the pathos par excellence in the classical tradition. The Laocoon is expressed with his body all the treasures of the world, and the hypothesis that the animals in the hunting scenes of the Hellenistic period may have inherited part of this emotion is very seductive. However, this creed and subject of complex connections that involves different types of sources and distant temporalities, the simple suggestion that the Hellenistic artists could represent some degree of consciousness is quite revealing. This is due to the growing anthropocentric discourse prevailing in Greece during the 4th century BC. If in the 6th century BC there was a sophisticated debate on vegetarianism and abstinence from meat, very well demonstrated by my previous colleagues, by the way, from the 4th century onwards, authors such as Aristotle and Xenophon began to advocate the superiority of the human species over all others. And now I quote a passage from Aristotle Politics. If therefore natures make nothing without purpose or in vain, it follows that nature has made all the animals for the sake of man, to anthropon eneken. And a passage from Xenophon in his treatise on hunting called Kinegeticus. Therefore, I charge the young not to despise hunting or any other schooling, for these are the means by which man becomes good, agatoi, in war, in all things out of the which must come excellence in truth and word and deed. Aristotle By the way, deals sometimes with the twisted neck of the lions in the following excerpt from History of Animals, Storia Animalium. The lion has its neck composed of one single bone instead of vertebrae. This passage is quite revealing. Apart from the zoology error, if lions in fact had only one bone in their necks, it would be impossible for them to rotate it in any direction. If Hellenistic artists had been inspired only by the philosopher and by the treatise on zoology by Aristotle, they would have depicted only static lions. For what I have presented so far, I would like to conclude by saying that if there's pertinence in what I have argued, then the lion's turned neck represents much more than just a formal effort or exercise in technical virtuosity. It is a resource employed by artists to emphasize the consciousness of animals, even in situations of extreme tension and danger. This network of senses has its pillar in the lions hunted by Alexander, but also in the Persians and their great king, their counterparts in battle scenes, and may appear even in the Laocoon, this great monument to pathos in ancient art. And here are the references I'm using, some of the most important ones. So I would like to finish by again saying thank you to the organizers, University of Calgary, Nickle Galleries, and Montreal University, and of course the hostess, Carolyn and Marina Fischer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tiago. That was wonderful. I'll never look at the images of the lions again. I've never thought about them in that context. So thank you so much for sharing your thoughts on that. So I would like to open the floor up to questions now. So you can certainly feel free to type those into the chat or turn your mic on or raise a virtual hand. I have all sorts of ideas running through my head. So I might exercise my privilege as the person chairing the session to put forth a question primarily, I think, to our first two speakers, though Tiago might have some ideas on this as well. And that is sort of the hierarchy of animals. It's something that's long fascinated me. I mean, our first two papers talked about vegetarianism and you know, why we shouldn't necessarily eat animals. But I wonder if we dive deeper into this, you know, are there certain taboos towards eating some animals more so than other animals? I guess leaving cannibalism aside, like, are there some animals where it's like, you know, well, it's a bit more acceptable to eat or sacrifice that one, and then a bit of a horror towards the idea of killing, eating, or sacrificing other animals within classical thought? Because I know we kind of have that in modern Western thought. So just curious on your thoughts on that. Hopefully that made sense. If anyone wants to jump in.
Well, it seems to me that in what I was looking at, that the predilection is for domesticated animals in general. It's perhaps related to your mule, who is rewarded with feeding at municipal expense. All right. There is some feeling, right, that all of the creatures, whether they are cattle, oxen, sheep, goats, right, have certain purposes and are doing a service. All right, and so that killing them is a betrayal. Now, pigs are the only creatures that are kept strictly for meat, and yet they seem to be included. So I'll have to think about that one. What I will say is, okay, as we leave away, you know, their bloody origins, and, you know, we don't have to watch the killing of animals that eat the taboos. The more domesticated animals are, the more there's a taboo. Horse meat, all right. I mean, in Central Asia, it's fine, but most people react badly toward horse meat. That's almost cannibalism. And then dog meat, again, in Southeast Asia, fine, but most people that we know would be sickened by the thought. Okay, the revulsion comes from animals with which we have some kind of bond, and amongst the ancient Greeks, it's that feeling that they work for us, they perform us a service, we are rewarding them badly. Wild animals, I doubt they would feel the same way if it were manner of a wild boar hunted and killed.
Well, and I suppose with wild animals too, and thinking to Tiago's paper now with the lion, I mean, there's the threat that the wild carnivore, or even the wild herbivore, represents to domestic animal husbandry and domestic agriculture as well. So I guess there could be that almost
right. And think of how many myths you have wild boars as, or forces of destruction. Yes,
for sure. Andre, I wasn't sure if you had anything to add. If not, there is a question from Anastasia for you as well. So Anastasia was wondering about the status, this is a good one, the status of fish in relation to vegetarianism, because I guess they can be a bit of a gray area. So would fish have been considered, meat or not?
Apparently so, according to Plutarch. He retells the story of Diogenes eating a raw octopus, all right, to demonstrate his freedom from cooking, all right. And Plutarch condemns this, that it doesn't matter how you are eating it, whether raw or cooked. It's the eating of the animal itself which is repulsive.
Andre, do you have anything to add? I think you were putting your hand up.
Yeah, for the first question, if I'm not mistaken, porphyry traces a lot of different stories about the origin of meat consumption. Some start from a geographical principle, like the reason why you eat pork in one place or camels in another. So the motive starts as a contingent one or a geographical way and becomes internalized in the type of the religious precept. So the contingent aspects became like a practice that becoming a rite, and you start like not eating pork because there is not in pork in the region, but the religion spreads and becoming some universal practice. But this is some just one type of justification he points. What he says a little about some certain hypocrisy between killing some fellow that you consume, like cattle that are more friendly type to the humans, and not doing the same to the wild ones, like you kill but you don't eat. The question that Anastasia make, I was making to John also, because I remember in some points of the stories that porphyry traces about the beginning of the meat consumption, and I also naively thought that the only way to consume animals was through sacrificial roads, but my doubt was if John, who researched more about the fishing and also the hunting practice, it was also a consumer, because if I'm not mistaken, I think Marcel Detienne, the French historian, and also Francois Hartog talk about it. But if I'm not wrong, Hartog's source was in the tragedies. And I don't find this kind of argument in another place. I think he talks about Plutarch, but I don't find in other historians.
I think, yeah, Fischer, I think they remain a bit of a complicated area when it comes to vegetarianism. I guess there's pescatarianism, where it's, people where you don't eat, I guess, land animals, but you do eat fish. And then Laura wants to piggyback on our fishy question. Apparently we're sticking to aquatic realms at the moment. If there's any, again, different associations when it comes to meat eating that pertains to eels. So I guess they also kind of fall into that gray area a bit. So would eels have been considered, would there have been sort of vegetarian taboos against eating eels, or would they have been considered meat, or again, something different during antiquity? Any thoughts on eels?
I don't remember encountering any text on eels. I'll try to look it up. Work it in tomorrow.
On topic that I was thinking about, maybe profound my research, was about there is some hierarchical level between birds, land animals, and sea animals. Like the more up, more next to divine way. So birds is like there more dignity to them than the earthly animals. But I don't. This is just some curiosity of mine. I didn't research more, but that I know that there's this cosmological dimension between the place that the animals come from.
Which makes a lot of sense, you know, in terms of, and Anastasia goes on to say that crustaceans must be an even grayer area. Yes, clearly we need more research done on sea animals and their status. Oh, Amber says that she believes some eels were used in medical therapies, and I know there's someone on Twitter. He's like the accidental eel historian, and he works particularly on medieval eels, and they were used as forms of payment. Like you could pay rent in London with buckets of eels, because they were, I guess, a highly valued delicacy. Sarah has a question for John. Is there a different type of rites as an alternative to animal sacrifice? So in Tibetan, there's a red offering, so animal sacrifice in origin, but later as Buddhism came in, there appeared white offering, so using plant or wheat instead of an animal. So are there similar, is there a similar thing perhaps in antiquity where instead of sacrificing an animal, you could offer up I guess a non-blood sacrifice?
Oh, yes. That there is, when Empedocles was mentioning that, okay, early offerings were of, okay, honey and other produce, those still continued. What he was saying is that, okay, that was an honorable custom, which was perverted into meat eating. So he would approve of the customs of, okay, sacrificial offerings of fruit and then distribution of fruit. It's, you don't have to kill the tree to, I suppose you don't, strictly speaking, have to kill the wheat either, because part of it goes to reproduce more wheat. So yeah, it seems to be a different psychology here. And honey, yes, one doesn't have to kill bees to obtain honey.
Wonderful, thank you. I have a question for Tiago, if that's okay, about the significance of the lion itself. I mean, you showed all these wonderful examples of, you know, Macedonian sort of context lion hunt scenes, and obviously the lion from a symbolic perspective is incredibly important in so many different cultures. But do you know, in terms of the consciousness of the lion and what it's meant to represent at different levels, are there, and I'm drawing a blank on this, but am I right in thinking that there are connections between the symbolic significance of the lion and the Achaemenids as well?
Well, there is an article published by, if I'm not wrong, Sazoglu Paliadeli, a Greek historian, when he's discussing the facade of Vergennes Tom 2. And for this article, the lion represents the Achaemenid Empire itself. But in my opinion, if the tomb was commissioned by Alexander for his father, if the tomb shows Alexander killing the lion, it may represent a kind of Hebrews, because it's a post-event represented before the event was happened, if one admires that the tomb was commissioned after the Alexander expedition. In the Achaemenid Empire, and of course in the Syrian Empire, we found this turn and deck of the lions. I believe the first example is a is a cylinder seal from Easter in the 7th century BC, if I'm not wrong. And there is another example in the hunting scene by Asurbanipal II in the 9th century BC, with the same gesture to select the lions. And in my opinion, it's a kind of reception of this iconographical theme on the landscape, which came from the Oriental sources. I believe that's the best thing I can say about it. And thanks for that question.
That was great, thank you. And oh yeah, Andre was wondering along the same lines.
I have a question for Tiago. Are you looking at postures of lions on coins? Have you extended your comparative media to coins and see like how they are depicted on Macedonian coinage?
Yes, Lysimachus, one of the successors of Alexander, according to a text by Quintus Curtius, a Roman historian from the 1st century AD, probably, he tells that Lysimachus took part on a hunting alongside with Alexander. And during this hunting, Alexander saved Lysimachus' life. And after Lysimachus became king of Pontus, and he struck the coin with on the reverse the lion and the title Basileus Lysimachus. So we found this iconography on coins as well, and of course in the Roman Empire in the Hadrianic period there was a lot of coins on the Virtudes Augusta with lions hunting scenes with Hadrian as well.
And then earlier as well, like
earlier we have
Alexander.
Yes, we have one
Ammiatus the third, right? There's a obverse reverse where he's horseback, and then there are the two spears, or he has a spear, and then on the reverse is the lion breaking the spear. I don't know if you know this particular coin.
Yes, this coin was very well discussed in an article by part1, and is a unique artifact because we have this reading from the obverse to unverse showing this lion hunting iconography, and a lot of researchers tells that this coin proves that there was lion hunting on Macedonia before the contact more with the East. So it's a very well studied coin, and but there is a methodological aspect of seeing this coin as a continuous scene with the hunting on it. And even Briand tells about it in his article. Some other authors are.
If you don't mind sharing your bibliography or your PowerPoint with me, I would be very interested in looking at it.
No problem. Just email
thank
me.
You so much. Thank you. And thank you for your talk. I very much enjoyed it.
Thank you. It was an honor.
Yes, lions in medieval bestiaries. Andre had a sort of thought question. So moving away from antiquity, I don't know if anyone in the audience can speak to the representation of lions in the medieval bestiaries. I've taught a little bit on that in one of my classes, but certainly I was wondering, or if anyone has anything to add about, I guess, the semiotics or the representation of lions in the bestiaries. I know one of the things, I think the lion is the only, if I'm correct, and I know there are some people in the audience in here who are far more medievalist than I think the lion is the only species that has two separate entries, one for the male lion, which of course is this great heroic animal with all sorts of associations with Jesus and Christianity and resurrection and stuff like that. And then the female lioness has her own entry, and she's not represented particularly well, kind of following the denigration of the female sex. But
speaking of lions in medieval period, I was just teaching a course on medieval European coinage, and not a coin, but Roger II's ceremonial mantelpiece. Roger II of Sicily in the 12th century AD, he has the ceremonial mantelpiece has a lion and a camel. So sort of the same pose as the lion and the bull. The idea of what's interesting about that is that it's again not necessarily the lion conquering the camel, because of course if you look at Roger II's like visual culture, the Norman king of Sicily, there was this hybrid, sort of like hybrid culture of like the Christian, the Byzantine, and the Islamic, right? So actually, it was something that I was thinking about throwing in as an extra into my own paper about the lion bull, right, and then the lion and the camel, and then yeah. So anyhow, but that's about as I haven't really looked further in medieval period, but I just wanted to share that tidbit.
I think it's becoming very clear. There's a lot we can say about lions. They're pretty important.
My desktop does have the Trafalgar lion on it, so lions are everywhere.
They did find a 10,000-year-old lion toe bone in Trafalgar Square randomly to prove that lions once lived that far north. But anyways, I digress. This is my way. Any other questions for our speakers before we have our lunch break, dinner break, midnight break, depending on where you are in the world? All right. Well, if anything comes to you, I'm sure you can. We're happy to get everyone in touch with one another to continue these wonderful discussions. Anastasia has an addition. Lions in the medieval bestiaries and heraldry and romance, huge subject. Yes. Yes, and the lion versus the unicorn fight. The symbolism of that too, which I guess we could also read England and Scotland into that with their national animals. But I guess. We'll finish up there. So
actually,
yeah.
Carolyn, sorry, I just wanted to say eels. I absolutely love that question. And in the medieval period, like 9th, 10th, 11th century, and probably a little bit later, we have 500 million eels a year used as money. Mm-hmm. It's incredible, and a very, very little known topic. And one more trivia: when we look at Leonardo da Vinci's Last Supper in Milan, on the table is cut up eel. So anyway, here I'm leaving you guys with these thoughts on eels. But yeah, everything. Thank you, Carolyn, so much, and we will see you at 1:30 back to continue our amazing sessions. Thank you, everybody.
To all of our speakers from this morning. And yes, we need more on eels. There we go. Someone needs to dive into the world of eels. All right, see everyone shortly.
All right. Perfect. Well, thank you everybody for coming back. Here we are, our last session for today. We will be talking about reptiles and serpents in thought and practice. Our first speaker is Giovanni Piccolo from the University of Melbourne, and he'll be talking about crocodiles, basilisks, and flying snakes, Julius Solinus's monster reptiles in the Collectanea Rerum Memorabilium. And we will do the same thing. We will save the questions for the end of the session. So please feel free to type your questions in the chat, and afterwards you're welcome to unmute yourself and we can have a discussion. So go ahead, Giovanni. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. It's very early here. Julius Solinus' Collectanea Rerum Memorabilium. I will just start by giving a brief introduction as to what this text actually is, because I understand that not many people know it. It's a very little known late antique geographical text. The Collectanea Rerum Memorabilium, collection of memorable things, by Gaius Julius Solinus is a collection of data of mostly geographical, anthropological, zoological nature and of other aspects of natural sciences, presented within a geographical framework, presented within the framework of a description of the known world. The content and the material is largely taken from Pomponius Mela's chorography, the first geographical work written in Latin, and Pliny's natural history. Although it is presented in a very different way, while Pliny and Mela presented their description of the world proceeding by coastline, so in the form of a periplus, Solinus is the first author, in Latin at least, to present his description of the world by areas. So he starts from the center, which is Rome, and then proceeding along this anti-clockwise spiral movement, he describes one area at a time, almost by country, to use maybe a term that is too modern. As you can see, this is the table of contents, so all the areas that he describes, starting from Rome and so on. Animal paradoxography, so the description of wondrous animals, monstrous animals, both fictional animals and real animals, actually occupies quite a lot of the whole content. So it makes up for about 20% of the whole content, which does not sound too much. But if we look chapter by chapter, there are entire chapters, and I listed the most interesting ones, in which the account of animal wonders actually occupies much more space than the description of the geographical area does. So, for example, the case of the Hellespont, 85% of the chapter is devoted to the description of dolphins and tuna. He gives a very brief introduction at the start of the chapter about where the area is, and then he starts talking about the dolphins that swim in the Black Sea, and they swim through the Bosphorus today, through the Hellespont. So that is to give you an idea of what this work actually is. As for its time, much debate, there has been much debate as to the biography of Julius Solinus. Pretty much nothing is known about the author. Probably a grammarian who possibly lived in Rome, in Italy, possibly in Rome. And as for the centuries in which he wrote, again, there are only speculations. Theodor Mommsen, when he published the last critical edition that was published in 1864, and then again, 1895, posited a date at about the first half of the 3rd century. Other hypotheses have been made, and that see Solinus write towards the end of the 3rd century. And I suggest a date around the end of the 3rd century and the beginning of the 4th century. And that fits into a larger, in the description, the presence of animals, and in particular of snakes, as I will explain shortly, fits into this broader debate as to the biography of Solinus and the time in which he wrote. And secondly, the purpose of his work and the very nature of his work. Because the presence of snakes is quite prominent throughout the work. And it fits in the way in which he refers to snakes is quite different from the way in which he refers and he describes other animals. And I think it fits into a broader debate as to some attitudes that Solinus shows that are towards morals and towards animals and towards the relationship between animals and men, that is quite different from that of his sources, Pomponius Mela and Pliny the Elder. And that, I believe, and I will explain it in the end, betrays a sort of a Christian undertone to the work of Julius Solinus. So as you can see, I just wrote some data here, reported some data here. As you can see in the previous slides, most animals are mentioned only once. And there are some animals that are mentioned more than once. For example, 2 species of dolphins, 2 of wolves, 5 of monkeys, 13, actually 14 of snakes, and 17 of birds. And although snakes are not the type of animals that is mentioned the most number of times, they are actually quite recurrent throughout the text. So 14 species of snakes, species of genera of snakes are mentioned. But actually snakes are mentioned other times in relation to their interaction with other animals, for example. So within the zoological section paragraphs of the Collectanea, the representation of snakes is most peculiar, which are portrayed in a far more negative light than any other beast, be it harmful to humans or not. And venomous creatures in general are often the subject of Solinus' cautionary tales on the deadly effects of their encounters with humans. Snakes, however, seem to be particularly deserving of Solinus' hatred, as well as of the highest number of mentions throughout the text, because in addition to the description of 14 different species and genera, both fictional and real, snakes are also mentioned in the context of the account of their unfriendly interactions with other animals, as well as in the author's assessment of the dangerousness of certain regions, for which the absence or presence of snakes seems to constitute a determining factor. For a total of 41 occurrences of the Latin word for snake, in the terms of both serpens, 24, anguis, 12, and draco, 5. And I have to say, these terms, especially the first 2, are used quite interchangeably. There is no difference, like we find in Pliny, for example, sometimes, but not all the times anyway, between anguis being water snakes and serpens being snakes, land snakes. The first example that I want to discuss is the description of the Calabrian boa. And that is one of the first animals that he describes throughout in the entire work. With vivid and almost dramatic language, the author gives a horrific account of how the Italian boa hunts cattle and fastens itself to the udder of whichever cow produces the most milk, and suckles until it gains enough strength and size to devour the whole herd and bring the region to ruin. So again, it's the descriptive language with which he describes this encounter is quite strong in comparison with the way he describes other animals. I mentioned before that snakes are not only mentioned in the context of their own description, but they're also mentioned in the context of their interaction with other animals. And we see here 2 short extracts from chapter 19, which is devoted to the Pontic area, the area around the Pontus Euxinus, the Black Sea, in which he describes and he almost praises the deer, the swallow snakes, so the deer of the area around the Pontic Sea. They swallow snakes with the breadth of their noses. They drag them out of their hiding places and of their caves. And most interestingly is this section of chapter 25. Chapter 25 is devoted to the description of Mauritania Tingitana, so the area around Morocco today. And within this chapter, there's a long excursus on elephants, which is almost adapted from Pliny's passage. And the excursus actually mixes data concerning the African elephant and the Indian elephant. The last 5 paragraphs of the excursus, which is a considerable part of the 15-paragraph long excursus, are devoted to a graphic and gruesome description of the elephant's eternal war with the pythons that inhabit the forests and are said to jump on the elephants from overhanging tree branches while the herd is walking through the forest, and aim at their eyes and ears, from which the serpents may drain them of a cold blood to help them quench their thirst and cool down from the burning heat. And I just put a short extract of these from this description. I didn't include the whole passage because, again, it's 5 paragraphs long, which is quite long. So Solinus' version of the story of the enmity between the two animals, which was well known in the Greco-Roman world since Diodorus, is the only one, in addition to the one that he might have read in Pliny, in which both the elephants and the snakes end up dead. The former, so the elephant, from blood loss, and the latter crushed by the elephant's weight as it falls to the ground. Solinus' negative perception of dangerous reptiles is nowhere else as evident as in his account of African snakes, which he introduces as an evil that plagues the earth, that plagues the province, to an extent unseen in any other land. Between real and fictional varieties, Solinus lists 14 different genera of snakes, and I listed them there. And I tried and find the actual real species or genus of snakes to which he refers. And for some of them, as you can see, I could find them. For some of them, it is actually not possible. So they might either have been, either fictional or extinct now, or sometimes he even sort of describes the same type of snakes twice. And sometimes he sort of merges features from different species and genera. Unlike his description, and I didn't report the whole passage because, again, this is extremely long. So it's 7 paragraphs long. Solinus 27 is the chapter devoted to the province of Africa. 7 paragraphs. 28 to 35 are devoted to the description of the African snakes. And unlike his descriptions of most other animal creatures, which mainly focus on eating, hunting, and mating habits, Solinus' paragraphs on African serpents concentrate exclusively on the dangers of their bite, the lethality of their venom, and the monstrous nature of the physiognomy. In what is, in spite of the ungenerous criticism of many 19th and 20th century scholars, the best example of his ability to use descriptive language. And when it comes to describing snakes, Solinus does share with Lucan, from which most of the data is allegedly taken for this passage. He does share with Lucan a taste for the macabre that seems to have a similar purpose, so to evoke a sense of horror in his readers. So for each of these species or genera of snakes, he describes the way in which they can kill a human or another animal creature. So the Cerastae are said to destroy the birds that they prey on, the Iacula to pierce their victims, the Scutale to hypnotize other animals with the beauty of their skin, so that they might seize those who remain astonished at their marvel. Of the various species of asp, Solinus makes a point of mentioning only the ones endowed with deadly venom, namely the Dipsas, so the Sahara sand viper, which kills by thirst, and the Hypnale with sleep. While the treatable venom of the other species deserves less fame. The bite of a Hemoris, the snub-nosed viper, will destroy one's veins and extract through a stream of blood whatever is left of life. The bite of a Presta would cause inflammation until one dies swollen with enormous obesity. And the bite of a Seps will be followed by putrefaction. Finally, Solinus concludes his list with the ominous warning that so great is the number of names as that of death. The undeniably negative tone of this passage is emblematic of Solinus' ophidiophobia, and so great is his hostility towards snakes that he removes any resemblance of a positive trait that he found in his sources. In this case, for example, of the ability of scorpions, lizards, and skinks, you can find the short passage at the top, 27.34. So it is the case of the ability of scorpions, skinks, and lizards to have feelings, habent affectus, as he says, for one another, to the extent that they always wander in pairs. And if one has been captured or killed, the one that has survived rages. And that is a quality that Pliny, in the original passage compiled by Solinus, adapted by Solinus, had instead ascribed to asps. Through a distorted adaptation of his Plinian source material, Solinus transferred the positive observation on the monogamous nature of the asp to a group of reptiles that, as he cares to clarify, are not snakes. As he says at the start of the passage, scorpions, skinks, and lizards are worms and not snakes. And while it's entirely possible that this might be simply the result of a misreading or misremembering of Pliny's material, if we assume that he was quoting Pliny by heart. Solinus' neglect in including any non-negative ophiological features found in his sources suggest otherwise. No species of snake, however, and no creature whatsoever is despised by Solinus as much as the basilisk is. A mythological half-foot-long serpent distinguished by a wide crown-shaped mark on its head, hence the name Basiliscus, little king in Greek, deadly to humans, animals, and vegetation alike. Through a description solely focused on its lethality, Solinus paints a horrific portrait of this evil with no equals on earth, with a vehemence in his language that once again betrays his own fear and contempt for the venomous reptile, and an identification has been attempted by Kitchell of the basilisk, potentially with the Egyptian cobra. As for the crocodile, in an almost verbatim adaptation of Pliny's account, Solinus describes the size, the shape, and the breeding habits of the crocodile, describing its practice of laying its eggs in a location that is just outside the reach of the waters of the flooding Nile to a natural foresight. Companion to the Egyptian crocodile, so even if the crocodile is described as a malum, as an evil, just like the snakes of Africa were, and the basilisk is, Solinus still regards, has some sort of respect for the way in which the crocodile provides for its offspring, and ascribe the ability of the crocodile to protect its offspring to a naturali providentia, to the providence of nature, or the foresight of nature. He then goes on to, do I have enough time? Yes, another 10 minutes. He then goes on to describe animal companions to the crocodiles. One is the Strophilus, a small bird that helps the crocodile clean its mouth by picking the leftover food stuck in its teeth and throat. Which is a practice that gives the ichneumon, which is a sort of moose, a mongoose, the opportunity to penetrate the crocodile's mouth and devour its entrails. The overall tone of the passage in which he describes the crocodile, which I didn't report in its entirety, with its reference to the crocodiles as a four-legged evil, malum quadrupes, the mention of the horrible grasp of its bite and the huge size of its claws, is another testimony to Selena's obsession with the dangerousness of reptiles. And of these kinks, in addition to what's said before about their ability to show emotions, Selenas mentions the antivenom property of their bodies, but interestingly, he neglects to report Pliny's remark of the usefulness as an aphrodisiac. So again, sometimes there are passages that he takes from Pliny in which Pliny shows includes some positive comments. For example, about the kinks, Pliny includes a comment as to the aphrodisiac nature of this reptile, which Selenas neglects to include in his adaptation. So, one second. Yes. Finally, as for the interaction of snakes with other animals, as I mentioned before, Selenas seems to praise those animals that get rid of this evil for us. For example, the ibises in Egypt and the storks in Thessaly. Very interesting is the first passage in which much praise is given to the ibis, a bird that lives in the Nile and feeds on snake eggs, preventing the reproduction of this reptile's harmful offspring. And yet another display of the illustrative power of his language. Selenas describes the heroic efforts of these birds in attacking species of Arabian flying snakes, whose venom is so lethal that death comes before the pain of their bite, thus defending the borders of our land from the invasion of a foreign evil. So again, both in the case of the ibises of Egypt and the storks of Thessaly, Selenas has much praising tone as to their habit of feeding on snakes, and especially on snakes' eggs. And I mentioned before that birds are always an animal that is recurrent throughout the text. And many mentions of birds are in relation to the habits of birds of feeding on snakes. One second. So the representation of venomous snakes in Latin literature, and specifically in Latin poetry, had always been one susceptible of inducing terror. So the importance or the significance or the peculiarity of Selenas' negative tone towards the description of snakes is not so much given or only given by the negative description itself, but the contrast with which he also describes other potentially harmful creatures, such as tigers and lions, for which he has, he displays sort of a praising tone, especially in the ways in which both tigers and lions behave towards their own offspring, and also in particular in the case of lions, the way in which lions rage against men rather than women and don't kill children unless in great hunger. So Selenas describes a variety of harmful creatures, not necessarily reptiles, but for other harmful creatures, he always finds sort of a redeeming quality, which he does not find for snakes. So the use of horror-inducing descriptive language in the description of snakes is not the only trait that sets the theological paragraphs apart from the rest of Selenas' parade of animals. Solinus' snakes, in fact, not only do not show any of the positive moral traits that he ascribes to some other equally dangerous creatures, but are also deprived of the one feature that represents a leitmotif in his zoological section, namely the account of the mating and reproductive habits. And I said before, he writes a great deal on the way in which different animals mate, reproduce, but that never appears in the context of snakes. The only mention of snakes' offspring is the one about the ibises feeding on snake eggs to get rid of this evil that plagues the earth. And interestingly, there are some regions for which he makes, as I said before, makes a point of mentioning that there are no snakes. So sort of like safe spaces for Solinus. For example, Sardinia and Ibiza, and I forgot to mention it here, but also the island of Crete. They are free from snakes, and he makes a point to remind the readers, to remind his readers that they are free from snakes. So, as I mentioned before, this sort of fits into a more broad discussion as to the time in which Solinus writes and as to the possibility that there might be presences of Christianity within the work. Nothing in the description of any of the numerous pieces and genera of snakes of which Solinus gives account is likely to evoke a sense of relatability in the readers, or to appeal to their eagerness to get to know the role that these creatures play in nature's providential design. Solinus snakes are not simply dangerous, they're an evil that infests this world and then must be eliminated. And the term malum occurs, in fact, in its substantive form 4 times in relation to the creature. The snakes of Africa, the basilisk, the flying snakes of Arabia, and the snakes of Thessaly, as we saw before, are all referred to by Solinus as a malum. And apart from the crocodile, which is also referred to as a malum, no other beast seems to be deserving of such a damning epithet. The evil nature of snakes was indeed a trait of the Jewish Christian tradition, which not only associated the animal with danger, death, and deception, but also saw in it the incarnation of Satan. The first and best known appearance of a snake in the scriptures is, of course, in Genesis, where the serpent persuades Eve to defy God's orders by eating the forbidden fruit. The snake, more crafty than any other beast of the field, is consequently condemned by God to be cursed above all livestock and above all beasts of the field, and to move on its belly and eat dust in eternity. Biblical exegesis saw the animal's craftiness as the symbol of the control exerted over it by a superior power capable of leading humans into temptation. And it explained God's sentencing of the snake to slither on the ground as the cause of the unfavorable imagery attached to it. All other mentions of this creature throughout the Old and New Testament, in the form of warnings against the lethality of its venom and its deceiving nature, bear traces of that negative perception given to it by its defiance of God. And finally, John's book of Revelation portrays the serpent as the very incarnation of evil.
Giovanni, sorry, yeah. Just 1 minute warning.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Making an explicit association between the animal and the devil himself, the great dragon, that ancient serpent who is called the devil and Satan. So to conclude, the wide circulation of the books of the New Testament, whose attestations in Greek manuscripts had been constant from the 2nd until the 16th century, might not necessarily mean that Solinus was a Christian or had a direct knowledge of the traditions that they carried, but it implies that their diffusion amongst the general population had caused a great shift in value. And I don't have time to expand in details, but the way in which Solinus talks negatively about snakes is quite in contrast with an overall good repute that snakes had throughout Greek, mostly Greek, and also Latin literature. Snakes in Latin literature are portrayed more negatively in poetry than in prose. And it is peculiar that Salinas adapts a sort of poetic tone in a prosaic text to describe snakes. And that is what prompted me to look into this a little bit more in details. So Salinas' treatment of snakes and the association with the concept of evil likely reflected such change in the perception of the animal in the Greco-Roman world, so that this and other traces in his text of values and ideas that stemmed from the Jewish Christian tradition, such as the ones, can legitimately be read as a sign of his non-indifference to the new religion. Thank you.
Thank you, Giovanni, so much. And I just have to say that you definitely deserve the medal for your love of classics, because it's like 4:30 in the morning. So everybody, this is really, thank you so much. We really, really appreciate it. It's so many different time zones. It's really hard to adjust. So thank you. All right, we have next speaker. Oh, sorry, let me make you, yeah, I did. You're already a co-host and you can share. Jez Dimitriev from Sunny Buffalo, Reptilian Remedies, Determining the Nomenclature and Usage of Snakes in Pliny's Medical Corpus.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
And you can see my screen?
Yes.
Perfect. All right, so we shall get started. So determining nomenclature in the medical corpus, so books 28 to 30, so I'm not going to be going all over the map here. So Alexander Gow and Alwyn Schofield, known for their work on Nicander of Colophon, especially his poem, the Thraci, provide an introduction that speaks volumes about snakes in the Hellenistic period. And I quote, "Prima facie, the snakes mentioned by ancient authors should not be difficult to identify. Their names commonly provide information as to their appearance or habitat or habits or the result of their bites. And besides these, Nicander mentions only the basilisk and the Draco, which are partly, at any rate, fabulous. Although this provides a baseline to the typologies of snakes, I tend to disagree with the way in which the nomenclature is wholly derived. On the other hand, Nicander provides a well-oriented poem that describes the snake's malice and beauty, while on the other hand, these nomenclatures end up twisting upon themselves and in some cases become contradictory and others remain ambiguous. It does not appear clear in the text what the snake's taxonomy is, unless obvious statement, the aspis. The editors go on in their introduction and they state that Nicander adds a good deal to the information implicit in the names, and more may be found in the sources, particularly in Philomenos, who is a medical writer and a compiler, perhaps contemporary of Galen, and that there's no serious doubt that arises from the African aspis or the Carastes. And also the Echis and the Echidna are of uncertain species and probably are of more than one, but at any rate, they're vipers. But on the rest, ophthalmologists either speculate or decline to do so. So both Gow and Schofield utilize resources to identify these snakes to the best of their abilities, of course. Yet it's a question of, are they aware? And they are. They're aware that scientific nomenclature presents pitfalls for the uninitiated. So apart from their work, little has been accomplished in way of further solidifying the identities of snakes in Nicander. But who said anything about Nicander? My research actually focuses on Pliny. So here we go. So when I conducted this research, originally it started actually during my bachelor's, and then it expanded into my master's. And then I started with a blank document, tapping my foot, unsure of the outcome of the idea, so to speak. I aim to shed light on the snake's typologies in Pliny the Elder's Natural History, as I mentioned, books 28 to 30. And I wished to unravel the ambiguity of the medicinal snakes from antiquity. So from the use of scholars such as Kenneth Getchell, and there's many others, I was able to answer some of my questions at the time. Namely, the big one is, could we affix a name to the snakes mentioned in Pliny in relation to the Linnean taxonomy system? And from this question, 3 others arose, including, did the type of illness give a hint to the type of snake? Also, did the seasonality of the ailment and the snake matter? And the third one, does Pliny offer any clues in his books? Yet there was one question that loomed over all the rest, and it was, if this was an impossible task and that Pliny was just throwing names of snakes onto a page, as we know that he likes to mix around, and because of their ambiguity, would determining these typologies be like an Ouroboros without a means to an end? So in the beginning, seeing the vastness of ailments that are referred to with the use of animals, including the mentions of snakes and the different names attributed to them, it actually seemed quite overwhelming to me. But all said and done, here I am today to provide you with my methodology in these determinations. And this paper will address my reasoning for bestowing a specific modern name to each ancient Latin terminology, including my hypothesis on the angues and serpentes. Although my goal was to provide clarity in regard to these simple names for snakes, some problems do remain, including that ambiguity behind the Latin. So to start, I needed to record the number of snakes mentioned in those books by Pliny, which I accumulated to 110 in a catalog of snakes. It is a supplementary tool that I created through Excel and is now essentially a source that anyone can use when needing to look at these snakes. And then, so from there, I had to consider the types, venomous, non-venomous. And in this graph, it shows you on the left, 48.2% have been identified as venomous, 11.8% as non-venomous, and 40% are undetermined. So the remaining 40% reflects on the snake's ambiguity, as they cannot be placed into one of the 2 categories. And this is explored further in my research. But briefly, one possibility I argue is the mention of the angues and the serpentes, 7 of the angues of which I think may be venomous due to the way the text is laid out and because of the information that Pliny provides. And if this is so, we could go to the middle column, and see that the venomous category goes from 48.2 to 54.6. I then hypothesized further that the remaining angues that I was unable to determine were also venomous, and that this category could again increase now to the far right, 77.3. I then suggest that the remaining serpentes that I was unable to determine would be the non-venomous category, and raising that category to 22.7%. And in my findings, I state whether the snake is venomous or non-venomous. It's a difficult trek, but based on this limit of information, we have to remain speculative to Pliny. And then I kept the original statistics, the far left ones, in my research to proceed. So as for the questions relating to the seasonality of the snake, I found some relationships there as well. But for the season's relevance, I had to dip into Celsus to get an idea of what was prominent each season. And he states that in the spring, people were prone to, excuse me, eye pustules, hemorrhaging, congestions, and diseases that affected the joints, including your everyday joint disease, arthritis, excuse me. And then in the summer, it was like spring, but then we had the addition of our fevers, our earaches, and oral ulcers, which are quite common. And then it gets worse. He continues in the fall. There was bouts of fevers, especially with malaria, now at its peak, including the quartan fever. We have splenic pain, dropsy, consumption, urinary difficulties, chronic diseases that led to death and exposure. And then finally, everything subsides and we just get headaches, coughs, throats, and lung infections. But by comparing the comments from Celsus and Pliny's treatments, I was able to make some more connections for my catalog and the column that represents this. So the graph here shows the treatments for the ailment with the following statistics. We have spring and summer with 17, these are rounded up numbers by the way, 17.43%, just summer alone, 23.85%. The occurrence is dependent, 12.84%. So an example is, a woman giving birth. Other is 13.77% because, again, dependent on situations and they widely vary. And then undetermined is 32.11%. Note in this graph, I actually don't calculate winter because a lot of Pliny's ailments don't refer to snake treatments that are common in the winter as per Celsus. However, if you were to consider like a headache or a cough as a symptom, that is a whole other ballgame I'd have to include. And then again, there's more speculation. But looking at this graph, we can see that some of the spring and summer ailments that Celsus mentions have relationships. So if we look, we have roughly 40% of ailments would combine your eye diseases, your congestions, your fevers, and your earaches. And this actually shows up in Pliny. So we find more relationships. Other than that, it's a bit more ambiguous than that because we don't know necessarily exactly every type of disease down to the actual terminology, but there is this correlation which does help. So after I tagged these 110 entries with their possible seasons, the next step was to begin the process for typologies. For this, I mainly used Kitchell's Animals in the Ancient World from A to Z, Nicander's Thoraca, and then the online reptiles database, which provides all the linen nomenclature. And then of course, well, Pliny, because this is all about Pliny. So I thought I would start easy with the viper. I was wrong. Kitchell, also referring to the given database, states that the viper could also be the Vipera cthanae, the Vipera amodites, the Vipera berus, and the Vipera aspis. There's a lot of names. But to be fair, this gave me a 1 in 5 chance of selecting the correct one. However, it is known that Latin language likes to alternate between Vipera and serpens. And then looking into Kitchell's entry on the asp, it further perplexed me even more because the aspis served as a generic term for the poisonous snake, the viper, and as a name for a specific snake, and that it was not prudent to restrict this ID to the aspis to a single species, such as the Egyptian cobra. It's a wide variety in essence. But then even further, I dug into his entry on the dipsas, a common term for a spitting viper of sorts. And he states that it can refer to a poisonous viper, but the name was applied to more than one species. So as you can see, this is a lot of unraveling. And consequently, I considered how this would affect my research and how I was to proceed with the clashing of typologies and the multi-reference snakes given to one name. It took some time, but I found the answer. Looking at this slide now more carefully, Pliny mentions the vipera 25 times throughout books 28 to 30, and he describes it as being brown in color with a small little horn on the front of his nose. Nicander describes various forms of the viper, including 2 types found in Asia and Europe, which is significant to my research, especially quoting that you will not find them alike. He goes on to explain that those in Europe have a small horn on their head and are white, and that those from Asia have a flat head and a stunted tail. So if you ever felt like you were falling down a rabbit hole, I was already there. It was a lot of pulling apart and trying to find which description meant which snake. So I needed to take another look at Pliny to see if he offered any other clues for this determination. And he did by mentioning the word ictus, bite, together with the snake serpens in the same sentence. This allowed me to fill in some blanks because I was able to determine that if it was a serpens and a serpens was a generic snake, if it's mentioning a bite, then it's more than likely a venomous snake. So in my catalog, I put a question mark there initially and then was able to fill in this blank later on. I also wanted to find that distinction between the aspis and the vipera. And so I looked to Nicander's explanation between the 2 snakes. Essentially what I did is I disregarded the one from Asia entirely and focused on the one in Europe because the one from Asia sounds more like an asp or our modern rattlesnake. And this is when I consumed myself into the reptile database. where I considered descriptions of ancient sources, the modern sources, and then my own interpretations. And I found that the nearest snake to our modern system relating to Pliny is the Vipera ammodetes. And then whilst doing that, I found there was other connections, including the Vipera having connections with the Echinda, the Colubra Vipera, the Colubra, Carastes, and the Dipsas. And then I discovered the only difference was the nomenclature. And so with the example of the Vipera ammodetes, we can see that this horn on its head is related to several other typologies. So then I went back and looked at Dipsas one more time, and this idea behind thirst, from the thirst being the symptom from when it bites. There's actually a lot more that could be discussed today about this, but I just wanted to follow up with one final point, and that I concluded the nomenclature changed over the decades, and that the Vipera was actually one of two snakes. Similarly to what Nicander says, including his notion that one's venom was highly fatal, while the other's was not. These are lines 260 to 270 in the Thoraca. And I argue that the one being described as highly fatal is the one on your screen, the Vipera ammodetes. He has the cute little horn, and I do apologize, there's a lot more snake pictures showing up if you're not comfortable with snakes. And then the non-fatal one is the Vipera berus, which is your European adder, just a common adder that you can find throughout Europe. What I suggest is that Pliny's interchanging the names. The reason for this is because you could use a viper for any type of viper bite in one instance, or it didn't really matter which viper you used as long as it was a viper. So the next step was to look at the aspis, because since I was already looking at the viper, let's play the same ball game here, of which I identified 8 out of 110. And as I mentioned before, this could be a generic term, and the snake's typology is quite difficult to actually figure out. But essentially it's a venomous snake from North America. And Nicander even says, be he no friend, for his bite does not appear on the flesh, no deadly swelling with inflammation, but the man dies without pain. And what really interested me here was that this is how they were describing the asp, but there's many instances, even in our day, where an asp's bite is visible on the skin. So I looked into this a bit further. And what I was able to find is there's only one mention in Pliny in his medical books that mention a pittas, a spitting asp. And it pretty much mentions that it would spit into someone's eyes, and that's how they would perish. There was nothing that could be done. So this would refer back to Nicander, how there is no bite, there's no evidence. And the snake that I was able to deduce from this, also following along with Kitchell's explanations, is that it was the Naja pallida, the red spitting cobra. He's very cute. I don't see why he would spit, but in any case, he's probably very dangerous. And then for the rest of the asps, I had to consider what was going on here. And there's again one instance in Pliny in his medical text where he's mentioning aspides, but in the end it's not. He's mixing up the nomenclature once more. And in this instance, I was able to go back into my similar methods and deduce that it was actually, again, the Vipera ammodetes. So he is now doing what we think there's a parallel instance with the nomenclature. And then for the rest of the asps, I determined that I would also follow suit with Kitchell and Nicander and focus on the Egyptian cobra. The reason for the Egyptian cobra is because there are different colorations, which Pausanias mentions, along with Philomenos, and also where they originate from. So for example, the top photo is Egypt, the bottom photo is just your everyday, the other type, the Najahaji, but they're different colors. So that would probably dictate how they are going to determine what the asp was. But if you look at their shapes, they still have the hood, and that's what's also described in Nicander. So as you can see from those two examples alone, my goal was consistently met with doubts and contradictions, but it didn't stop there, because here's another one. The Draco and boa needed to be examined together because of how they contradict. So William H.S. Jones, known for his interpretation, his translations on Pliny, he interprets the boa as the ox snake, and the Draco is just another serpent. So that's always fun. But Kitchell actually refers to the reader to go see Python when you look up boa in his encyclopedic work. There's characteristics of the enormous snake and, various size, larger and larger, the bigger, the better, the more dangerous. When you refer to Kitchell's entry on the Draco, a similar description is made that it's a generic snake and it's also large in size. But without delving back into the rabbit hole, in short, I came up with two boas that reside in the Mediterranean, the East African sand boa and the African rock python. The latter is larger in size, while the former is actually only 3 feet, which I will cover right now. So which one is the boa, which one belongs to the Draco? So what I was trying to deduce was, why are they using an African rock python, which is the picture on top? That is a very large snake. There is mention of these large pythons in India as well. But there's also a debate over the change in the nomenclature. So Lillian Bodson suggests that Pliny's python was originally the common rat snake, the Quattrolentia, as you can see in the bottom image. And then the name changed over time to suit the characteristics. So even though it seems likely that it could have been the python, there's more of a dispute over this change of names. So for my purposes and in my catalog, I put both snakes because it's still an undetermined mention. And then for the Draco, this one too is a bit of a trouble starter because of the size. It's a very small size, and apparently you could fit it in your pocket, you could wear it around your neck, you could have it as a pet, you could even have it running around on your dinner table, according to sources, including Suetonius, Martial, and even Pliny. So entry number 30 in my catalog, which is Natural History 29-20-67, Pliny states that the snake was utilized in a non-medical sense and that it was for luck, charm, for fear. And this brought me to think, okay, this snake more than likely is small in size, hence why I was looking at smaller size snakes. And this referred me to the East African sand boa due to the size and its non-venomous trait. However, last year, there was new evidence published actually by Wolfgang Bohme and Thor Koptech, also who referred to the Draco and the boa as being the Quattrolentia, the common grass snake, but they also note the Asclepian snake, the Zames longissimus, which is known to us in its European languages as just the Asclepius snake. I also took into account how Pliny mentions Draco non habet venea, so there's no venom in this snake. But again, there's more ambiguity with determining the snake size. So for example, the top photo is our sand boa, only 4 months old, quite small, but then the bottom photo is our Asclepius snake, our common snake in Italy, and still small, but they do grow in size. So again, difference with the nomenclature, difference with type, and it's a bit problematic. And then the hydrus and the anhydrus, there's some similarities mentioned in Pliny and in Nicander and also in Kitchell, where they agree that it's a water snake of some sort, whether it lives near the water, it swims in the water, may have you. But even then, Pliny mentions that this snake is venomous and is 30 feet in length and it lives near the water. But then Nicander mentions the Cassiodros, which lives in the water and likes to eat frog's eyes. Okay, sure. But we cannot be fully sure of the type because all we have is water snake. It may even be a mythical snake. So then I took into account one thing that Pliny mentions, and it's the snake's coloration. And he mentions that the serpents that are male are white. So I argue the snake to be the Anatolian viper because of the physical characteristics and its habitat. It likes water. Its color is off brown and white. It reaches about 1 foot in length and it inhabits the Greece, Italy, and Cyprus regions. So this does sound helpful. And one other thing I needed to do was to find some correlation with the coloration. I was able to look at an article that, that Kuzmin and his team looked at these snakes 3-4 years ago, and they took specimens and they analyzed their sexual dimorphism through coloration. And I was able to see that the only difference between the male and the female is that the female is a darker tint brown. They're both brown. But if you look at this photo, the more top right snake, that's your male. He's more white in color, whereas the female is more brown. Again, it may have been difficult for those in antiquity to find these differentiations apart from coloration. And then there's the basilisk, also perhaps a mythological creature, but again, lots of references to it being the Egyptian cobra. So this is what I referenced to as well and followed along in that suit because of it being the king, because of the bite it gives, and the fact that it is not only pitch in color, it is also bloody. The blood is also a dark pitch. So referencing the Egyptian cobra. And then finally, the Apis bana. This one's very cute. I believe it to be the blind snake because of its size and the fact that Nicander says that it's an earthworm and that it has a weird tendency to be a commodity, probably because of its size, and as Pliny only mentions it once in his text. So there's lots of snakes to be discussed even further, but this is just a basis of how I was able to determine using the various sources. So returning to the questions, what I provided you with is a basis to how I was able to get an idea of how to create a catalog of snakes based on Pliny's natural history, how to consider serpens and anguays, venomous, non-venomous, and even the typologies. So returning to my questions, could I answer them? The first one, yes. I was able to affix a name to every snake mentioned in Pliny, but there are limitations to this because of the different typologies from antiquity to modern. Did the type of illness give a hint to the type of snake? In some circumstances, it did, because snake bites were more common in summer, and so were eye diseases. So I was able to find those correlations. Did seasonality play a role? It only did for specific types of ailments. So again, focusing on eye diseases, focusing on fever, especially with malaria in the summer. And then the third question, does Pliny offer any clues in his other books? It's very limited. He hardly mentions the descriptions. Even if you were to look between books 8 and 11, where he brings up their geography, there's not much there. So you need to look into other sources that reference these snakes, hence why I looked into Nicander. And then going back to my looming question, is it an impossible task? Is it doable? Is it an Ouroboros? It's a yes and no answer, because no matter what, it's a slippery slope, pun intended, and there's more to always be looked at. So it's clear that we can continue to analyze these snakes in respect to their modern typologies, but because of the alternating of the Latin terminology, the misrepresentations of their physical attributes, even the misidentifications, the snake therefore is going to remain difficult to identify. And that's where I'll leave you. Thank you.
Thanks, Jazz. This was incredible research, so much work. Amazing. Thank you for sharing this with us.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So our next presenter is Carlo Canna from Italian Association of Archaeozoology. And his topic is crocodiles in churches between the Middle Ages and the modern era, the Italian remains. So Carlo unfortunately wasn't able to make it, but he has sent us his recorded presentation. Oh, sorry, I actually need to activate the sound. Here we go.
Hello everyone. The title of my contribution is Crocodiles in Churches Between the Middle Ages and the Modern Era, the Italian Remains. Taxidermically preserved crocodiles or parts of these reptiles are among the most sought after naturalistic finds in European ecclesiastical and secular traces from the Middle Ages to the modern era. The remains of crocodiles that were displayed in Italian places of worship are examined in this work. Tradition has bequeathed to us these remains largely as local examples of evil ex-voto reptiles killed by heroic figure with divine intercession as recounted in legends of the Middle Ages and the modern era. In the current state of knowledge, the remains acquired from the Middle Ages to the modern era in Italian places of worship, largely identified as Nile crocodiles, are currently represented by stuffed reptiles Stuffed Crocodiles, Santuario della Beata Vergine delle Grazie, Curtatone, Mantova, Nord Italy. Stuffed Crocodiles, Santuario della Madonna di Campagna, Verona. Stuffed Crocodiles, Santuario del Sacro Monte Varese. This is another stuffed crocodile, Santuario della Madonna delle Lacrime, Ponte Nossa, Bergamo. Santuario di Nostra Signora, Montallegro Rapallo, Nord Italy. This is a crocodile displayed in the Church of Santa Maria delle Vergini in Macerata, Central Italy. This is the Nile crocodile of Castelnuovo, Naples. The first location was the Palatine Chapel of the castle and then the Triumphal Arch of the castle. The last location was the National Museum of San Martino. This is the Crocodile of Palermo, in Sicily. The first location was the Church of San Giovanni and then the historic Vucciria Market. These are also two head remains. This is an incomplete skull displayed in Convento della Selva, Santa Fiora, near Grosseto in central Italy. And this is a taxidermic mandible displayed in Convento di Santa Maria, Orsoleo Potenza in South Italy. These are the remains documented only by historical sources in Italian places of worship, 4 churches and 1 sanctuary. Geographical distribution. The geographical distribution shows a greater diffusion of these remains in Marian places and along communication routes or ports. In this research, data from historical sources were compared with those emerging from the study of faunal remains. New data have emerged in recent years on some specimens subjected to restoration or non-invasive analysis. These are the radiocarbon dating of the crocodile of Mantova and of the crocodile of Naples. Taxidermy. Investigation have largely revealed common features. The preparation consists in wrapping the skin around the rod and straw as material used in stuffing. The preparation of the crocodile of Ponte Nostra is very special. In analysis of meaning, the presence of the remains of crocodiles at ecclesiastical locations may have assumed a variety of meanings, the crocodile as a symbol of evil or as an ideal model for naturalit mirabilia. Origins. In respect of their origins, those remains emerge as exotic objects that we know were widely exhibited already in 16th century Europe in many churches and squares. Egypt was certainly one of the areas of the Mediterranean from which the skins of these reptiles could be acquired. These are the references. This is my email for any information. Thank you very much for your attention.
Wow, I had no idea. This was absolutely incredible. So we will open now the Q&A for our last session for the day. So please feel free to, okay, perfect. Let me, just 1 second, please. Thank you for your detailed and fascinating talk, Jazz. Has extant visual culture of the period been helpful in your categorization of snakes? Did images of snakes show, sorry, oops, my apologies because my screen is too small. Okay. Did the images of snakes show this detail concerned with distinctions in snakes' physical characteristic to suggest place of origin, importance in medical use, etc.?
Thank you for the question. That's actually a good question. One of my original tasks I set myself was to actually look at the material culture and to see if there was any evidence in, say, even the Asclepian statues or any evidence looking at the lares in Roman households. However, due to the lack of color and detail in many instances, it would have been very difficult for me to focus on these I guess you could say styles and the artistic framework behind them to get any idea of distribution or even origin. And then also in medicinal use, it's a bit more difficult. So it would have to be more expanded onto a wide range in Greco-Roman instead of just Roman, since there's a lot you can derive from Greek material culture, especially from the sanctuaries. But again, very difficult. And then even having that reliance on just the literary record is difficult because you find so many contradictions with those depictions. I hope that answers your question. If you have more, feel free to email me.
Excellent. Any more questions, please?
Jazz, I really enjoyed your paper on the snakes and all of the imagery. It's always I think really helpful to have those visual cues. And I think, you know, one of the things that you did that was so important, and it was showing us that, you know, these literary sources and these descriptions in Pliny and in other sources, that they can be used as a map to try and, you know, pinpoint specific species. They aren't necessarily just allegories or metaphors. And I'm just wondering, you know, in your own experience with this research, have you experienced any sort of pushback or difficulty in terms of getting people to I'm having difficulty with words today. I should have had more coffee this morning. People finding it difficult to accept that our ancient authors like Pliny the Elder are actually talking about real animals and sort of, you know, presenting observational taxonomic skills, as opposed to thinking that maybe they're just pulling things out of thin air or mashing different species together.
Thanks, Carolyn. Also, I don't know if those are horse harnesses behind you, but I see something that looks like a horse harness.
Yes, I have a wall of bridles hanging behind me in my house. Doubles as a tack room house.
So yeah, so finding, like, mapping that out, that's like something that in my research I note in a footnote that I'd like to map it out further and find, you know, a distribution of some sort, whether it be origin based or not. But again, it's very difficult. Going back to your question, though, it's really hard, especially since I mainly focused on the medical section, because a wide range of my research focuses on the snake as a biomedical object rather than just identifying, but I needed to identify them to get an idea of how that would determine where these medicinal recipes come from. And that's another step in the research. So we have the Magi are a huge one. We have evidence from Greece. Pliny mentions where he gets some of these recipes from, but when he doesn't, the nomenclature of the snake may help to determine what area of the world that these recipes are coming from. And then again, interlocking with other sources, we might be able to distinguish where recipes, even folklore, originated, and then build on how they were able to compile such large recipe books. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We have a question for Giovanni. Is there any evidence that Silenus traveled to those regions where he described the animals, or was he engaging more in the type of literary genre?
Well, thank you for the question. The short answer is no. We don't actually have any other work from Silenus other than this, and we don't know anything on his life other than what we can infer from the reading of his text. So I don't think most of the material that we find in his work is taken from Mila and from Pliny, and for a very long time the text has been described as an epitome of Pliny's natural history. And I don't think that the definition is correct, because as I mentioned at the start, it does quite different thing from Pliny. He uses Pliny's knowledge and Mila's knowledge, but he rearranges it in a different way. And the message behind, or the purpose behind Silenus' work is quite different. There is no evidence to suggest that he traveled to these regions or not. I don't think he did. I think he was a grammarian, a grammaticus. I think his text was, I agree with the scholars that suggest that his text was used as an instrument of power, as a handbook for the ruling classes, for the elites of the empire in the late centuries of the empire. Yes, short answer is no, I don't think he traveled anywhere. And I think there is, again, no evidence as to where he was based, but I'm quite convinced that he was based in Rome, and he wrote for a Roman audience, or at least a Western audience, at a time in which the empire was most likely already split. Or anyway, the center of power was shifting east, and his audience is mostly Western, and he's trying to sort of appeal in other ways, not necessarily through the description of animals. He's trying to appeal to the Roman identity of his audience. So yes, that's it. I believe it was based in Rome.
Giovanni, one more question for you. Laura, thank you for a fascinating paper. My question is about the images you showed. Are these from the manuscript of Solinus? And if so, from what century is that manuscript?
No, they're taken from, unfortunately, I couldn't get a hold. I started this PhD in 2019, and I did plan to go to Europe and do a manuscript tour at some point, which was not possible because of COVID, and I was confined and stuck here for the duration of my PhD, which is almost finished. I couldn't get a hold of any manuscript, so these images are taken from medieval bestiaries that I could find digitalized online. So there's a huge extent of manuscripts. There's about 300 manuscripts that make up for Solinus tradition. And again, I was planning to go and see and cite something. Unfortunately, that wasn't possible. But as far as I know, there are manuscripts from about 10th to 12th centuries. That is the time that was most prolific for Solinus manuscripts that do report images, and they do contain images of animal paradoxography. Yes, unfortunately, I couldn't cite any of that.
Thank you, and my hat's off to you for doing a dissertation during COVID. Bravo.
Thank you. Thanks.
Question for Jazz, also from Laura, and thank you for another fascinating paper. Does the blind snake, which you identified with the amphisbaena, have a tail that resembles a head? If not, how do you interpret the meaning of the term amphisbaena? I butchered this. So here,
it's okay.
Jazz.
It's okay. Thank you. Yes, I do discuss that in my research. Its tail definitely looks like a head. It looks like an actual earthworm, as you can see from the image I showed. One thing in particular to point out is that that the snake's size also accounts for, its rarity, but then other people say for the samboa is another example of what it could be, but the samboa's tail actually tapers off, and that's what we're not looking for. We're not looking for that point. We want that earthworm description, and even then it may just be an earthworm altogether. It may not even be an actual snake, since there's in Nicander and in Pliny we see a bit of mix up between worms and snakes. But I believe that is a nice short sweet answer for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any more questions? I actually have a question, and that's for both of you if you have any information about the most famous snake of our history, the snake that bit Cleopatra. What do we know? I'm sure this is a question that it's $1 million question. What do we know about that snake? Did that snake fit the description in the text? Did the symptoms and how Cleopatra died fit the venom of that snake? So anything that we can deduct from that.
I can start if Giovanni wants to tap in after.
Oh, you can start.
Yeah, okay. So what I found is that the Cleopatra snake is actually the black Egyptian cobra. So the one that I showed in that image, that was the one that sources are mentioning. For the toxicology, however, I haven't looked too much into toxicology and like the actual ratio of venom and the symptoms from that. I more so looked into the medicinal aspect and actually treatment with that snake's body parts. So the complete reverse of what happened to poor Cleopatra. But the sources do align when it comes to that snake. They also mention it to be smaller in size, so it may have been a younger one. And then it also depends on the age of the snake and its toxicology as well. I don't know if Giovanni has anything to add that he's found.
No, well, unfortunately, no, there is no historical allusion in Selena's text to that particular snake. In regards to the cobra, I think you mentioned, the only thing I can add is I mentioned it briefly before that I think in Kitchell, or was it Toynbee, most likely Kitchell, that suggested that the cobra, an identification of the basilisk with the cobra. So yes, that's all I can add. The basilisk is mostly a fictional creature. Some might know the basilisk from Harry Potter, but yes, an attempt or a suggestion has been made to identify the basilisk with the cobra, and the cobra is probably one of the most well-known species of snakes. James, you might correct me on this.
Yeah, no, cobra is definitely very well known. Even if you were to walk down the street and ask someone what snakes do you know, cobra is probably going to be the big one, especially rattlesnakes. But if you were to go onto the reptile database and go into the cobra sections, they have so many subfamilies. I think there's 5 subfamilies just for cobras, and even in there, their genus is vast. So there's an array of them all around the world, and to pinpoint which ones in the Mediterranean is difficult enough. But yeah, cobras, yeah, lots of relationship in antiquity.
I mean, just the last question. We are told in the text that she died within minutes. Is that something that these venomous snakes are capable of? Yeah,
they are very, I can't remember who writes it off the top of my head, but the title of the article is called Nicander's Toxicology part 1. And that mentions the venom of the snakes that Nicander discusses. And it even mentions like how fast the venom acts. Pliny touches on it, but this article was very helpful in trying to see why are people dying so fast? Why is it taking some a while? Why are the magi and the snake handlers able to suck out the venom without dying beforehand? So it was a nice little bit of a sidebar to help with that.
Oh, fascinating. Thank you so much. We have time for one last question. If anybody has anything else to add. All right.
I don't really have a
yes,
question.
Go ahead, Laura.
It's not really a question. It's just that those crocodiles, I had no idea. Now I want to go to some of those churches and see them.
I have them in, I didn't realize they were in Italy. I saw one in Spain. So it must be a Catholic church, maritime Catholic church thing. Because yeah, I think it might have been the cathedral in Seville or someplace like that. And it was the very end as you're walking out, and you looked up and there's this giant crocodile, like taxidermied crocodile hanging from the ceiling. What on earth? So
yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, that it seems to follow Mary. And it just reminds me a little bit of kind of the church's position on I'm not sure if it's Artemis or some female deities that they connect with the great serpent, kind of the idea of the crocodile being some kind of giant snake-like reptile devil kind of.
I was thinking the same thing, yeah.
Really interesting though.
Well, Carlo just dropped this on us.
I just wanted to
here. Go ahead, Victoria.
Oh, sorry. I wanted to point out. I'm trying to remember if the Isis Paria coin types have, from 4th century AD, have crocodiles. I think this, and the Isis Paria is also related to later, to Mary, and so forth. So I'm trying. I can look it up actually for tomorrow and see if those coin types have some crocodiles, because I do recall there might be one, but I'll look into it and get back to you tomorrow. But
well, and I think I think crocodiles are viewed like they're not like, yes, they lay eggs, but the mothers don't abandon the nest. Like they kind of stay in the same area. So I think there's getting spam calls. So I think there's some evidence for like the maternal nature of the female crocodile as well, which I don't know, may in some strange way connected to Isis and Mary also. I'm like pulling at cobwebby threads in the back of my mind, like stuff I remember watching a long time ago. But yeah, that the female crocodile will show an interest, protective interest in her young. So
I'll have to check also this book on Isis Faria.
Thank you. Yeah, got some references. So everybody, thank you so much for this incredible day. This was a minefield. There's just so much amazing information. And I'm sure that we are all looking forward to tomorrow. We will start at the same time at 9 o'clock Mountain Daylight time, whatever. We change it all the time. I keep thinking of Mountain Standard Time, but Carolyn reminds me it's not. It's Mountain Daylight Time.
Yeah, we switch to Standard Time in the fall.
Yep.
Okay, so I need to then ask for sure, what time is that Eastern Time? Because I'm I don't want to be late.
Where in the US are you, Laura?
East Coast.
So Eastern Time should be 2 hours ahead of us, like Toronto.
Should be,
okay, well,
it should be 11.
Saving time that threw me off. I thought it would be 2 hours, but I just wanted to make sure. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So 9 o'clock here is 11 o'clock in New York, Toronto. That whole. Yeah.
I mean, again, absolutely amazing. We're all over the world here, so that was fascinating. So thank you so much, everybody. Looking forward to the next morning. Laura is opening, so looking forward to that. And we will see you tomorrow. Thank you, everybody.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Hope you can go back to sleep now, Giovanni.
Yes, I will.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
I think that went well.
Oh, sorry, I'm gonna stop the recording.